as the 13th is in the West. 215-263 WMMR. I will go to Chris, see if we can get an answer. Yo, Chris, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right, Chris, what number floor is skipped in China?
Is it floor number 4?
Number 4 is correct. You got it, Chris. Hang on. What?
Turning red.
What about it?
They talk about the number 4, how that's not a good number.
I don't remember that in the movie. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, there you go. So we are going to set up Chris with a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. Seafood specialties take the spotlight at Bonefish Grill with Angler's Catch, returning every Friday, starring tempura-styled, hand-battered crispy cod and panko-battered jumbo shrimp. Or you can try the seasonal Rockefeller butterfish or Baja scallops and shrimp scampi pasta. Visit bonefishgrill.com for information. We'll start with Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis. They've reached their goal of raising $30 million to help Ukraine amid Russia's invasion. Yeah, that's huge. The couple expressed their gratitude in a video on Instagram, and they wrote, "While this is far from a solution to the problem, our collective effort will provide a softer landing for so many people as they forge ahead into their future of uncertainty. And our work is not done, which is why we are raising the goal to $40 million." Earlier this month, they pledged to match up to $3 million worth of donations to Airbnb. .org and flexport.org through GoFundMe.org in an effort to raise $30 million for the refugees fleeing Ukraine.
Yeah, did you know what you can do with Airbnb? My girlfriend and I did it, and she introduced me to it. So basically, you can rent a home in the Ukraine, and they're not. You don't get to rent it. You're providing them with some funds.
Right.
It's their home, and it's up on Airbnb. But basically, you're giving them money to rent their house, and then obviously never actually renting the house. So it's a way you can directly give them money through an organization like Airbnb, and Airbnb is waiving a lot of the fees associated with it.
That's interesting.
It's a good way to get money directly to families that need it.
Nice.
Do you happen to have in there in your news anything about Arnold Schwarzenegger's?
I do.
Okay, cool.
But we're going to go to Dolly Parton next because that's the order I have in here. Her request earlier this week to be removed from this year's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nominees, the Hall has declined to pull her nomination.
You suggested that was an option.
I
thought they would sort of accommodate her wish, but...
Well, there's a reason behind it.
Yeah.
So in a post on social media yesterday, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame wrote in part, Dolly's nomination, along with the other 16 artists for the class of 2022, was sent out earlier this month to our 1,200 general ballot voters, the majority of whom are artists themselves for consideration for induction at our ceremony. We are in awe of Dolly's brilliant talent and pioneering spirit and are proud to have nominated her for induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So essentially, they already sent out the ballots.
Okay.
So...
what's done is done.
It will be up to the voters, and they can, not vote for her, maybe out of her respect for her wishes.
Out of respect for me, don't vote for me.
Dolly said recently in an interview, because my perception, and I think the perception of most of America, I just feel like that's more for the people in rock music. I've been educated since then saying that it's more than that, but I still don't feel right about it, and it would kind of be like putting AC/DC in the Country Music Hall of Fame.
She gets it, man.
Yep.
She completely gets it.
And she said that just felt a little out of place for me. At press time, Dolly had not reacted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's decision to keep her on the ballot.
It's a class way to approach this.
All right, so to Casey's point, Arnold Schwarzenegger addressed the Russian people in a Twitter video about Vladimir Putin's illegal war on Thursday. We have a clip, I believe, from Arnold. If you could pull that up, Casey, we're supposed to.
Yeah, he's talking directly to the Russian people.
That is correct. And
Yeah, hang on.
I thought that's why you brought it up.
No. I watched it last night.
All right, so here we go.
To all of the Russians who have been protesting on the streets against the invasion of Ukraine. The world has seen your bravery. We know that you have suffered the consequences of your courage. You have been arrested, you have been jailed, and you have been beaten. You are my new heroes. You have the true heart of Russia.
He'd also said, I know that your government has told you that this is a war to denazify Ukraine. And he goes, denazify Ukraine? This is not true. Ukraine is a country with a Jewish president, I might add, whose father's 3 brothers were all murdered by the Nazis. You see, Ukraine did not start this war, neither did nationalists or Nazis. Those in power in the Kremlin started this war. This is not the Russian people's war. So he's standing firm and sending a message out.
There is a lot of protest going on within Russia, and they are taking extreme risks to do that. But there's more of an anti-war sentiment than you might realize. It's pretty. I mean, you saw that footage during the newscast of the producer of the newscast getting up with a sign, basically protesting the war.
I also saw some protesters that tried to take a different angle, and they were holding up blank boards with nothing on it.
That you add the message, or
no. So nothing on it. They're standing there. They're protesting, but they're not really saying anything. And they were arrested.
They were arrested.
Oh, wow.
Because that's what's attached to it.
Yep,
Yeah,
exactly. So it's pretty messed up. During an interview with Good Morning America, Wendy Williams gave an update on her health. Wendy is back in New York, but she won't be able to go on camera anymore for the conversation. She said health is very well. And we have a clip, I think, of her talking about this, right?
Yeah. Yes. She is a worldly known good woman.
So she said, health is very well, and I've actually had a few appointments. You know, I'm 57, but now I've got the mind and body of a 25-year-old. And she also spoke about her battle with Wells Fargo. As previously reported, Wendy's financial advisor, Lori Schiller, made an allegation that Wendy was of unsound mind at the bank, and the bank had requested a conservatorship because it believes that Wendy is the victim of undue influence and financial exploitation. She denied this allegation. I think that's what
this is the clip
is about.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
They saying that I need somebody to handle my account, and I don't want that. I want all my money. I want to see all my money that I've worked hard for my entire life. I don't lie, I don't cheat, and I don't steal. I am an honest, hardworking person.
She also spoke on returning to television, saying, "This is what I would love to say to my Wendy watchers. Keep watching because I'm going to be back on the Wendy Williams Show, bigger and brighter than ever. Give me about 3 months. There are private things that I have to deal with, and then I'll be ready to come back and be free and ready to do my thing."
Yeah, you know, like, so I've had fun with doing the impression of her, but she genuinely deserves her status. I mean, she's a legendary in radio broadcaster, and so
she's a fellow Hall of Famer.
Yes, she is, and she's very proud that she's in there with us.
Yeah. So Pete Davidson was scheduled to fly to the edge of space next week on a rocket and capsule by Blue Origin. We've reported on this, but the company announced yesterday that the flight, originally slated for Wednesday, is being rescheduled, and now it's going to be on March 29th. So he is going up, but it's going to be a little bit later than anticipated. A company spokesperson said Pete Davidson is no longer able to join the NS-20 crew on this mission. We will announce the 6 crew members, 6 crew member in coming days, so he's not going up at all.
Yeah.
I thought that they had rescheduled for him to go again.
It's just not working out.
Davidson had been slated to travel to space with Party America CEO Marty Allen, philanthropist and real estate mogul Mark Hagel, and his wife Sharon Hagel, the founder of the nonprofit Space Kids Global, explorer and University of North Carolina professor Jim Kitchen, and Dr. George Neild, the president of Commercial Space Technologies and former manager of the Flight Integration Offices for NASA's Space Shuttle program.
Well, if we were going into space, it's going to be good fun.
The March 29th flight will be the 4th human flight and the 20th flight overall for the New Shepard program. Passengers on the flight experience about 4 minutes of weightlessness by traveling to the edge of space at an altitude of just more than 65 miles. I saw this thing this morning. They're moving out at Cape Kennedy, or at the Kennedy Space Center. They're moving out a rocket, part of the Artemis program right now. So they're going to, it's going to be non-manned, but it's headed to the moon, dude.
I love that.
That's awesome.
Did you ever watch the CNN documentary about the Apollo 11 launch and the whole thing?
Yes.
With them rolling everything out. The huge, they're basically rolling out a skyscraper. It's so incredible.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Interesting fun fact about that. So the movers that they used, there's 2 of them. You know what their names are?
No.
Hans and Franz. And that is where they got the name on this for the Saturday Night Live.
Oh, no kidding.
That's hilarious.
They're nicknamed Hans and Franz. It was all German engineers at that time on the program, so that's what they named them. So pretty cool. But yeah, and this is, I think it's one of the tallest rockets ever. I don't know if it's bigger than the Saturn V or not.
According
But
to this headline on space.com, it's the most powerful rocket ever.
Ever.
For
I love
NASA.
it. I love that this stuff has come back around.
Wait, what? I had to give one out.
Yeah.
Imagine if that's
Shout out to NASA.
That's the first sound that the aliens, like at the beginning of Contact.
Yeah.
Well, that's the first sound they hear.
Right.
Steve, it comes in intervals of prime numbers.
Come in here. Listen to this. Do you hear this? There's life out there.
Oh, God.
I was outside my house yesterday, and this truck drove by, and all I hear is, yeah!
Are you serious?
Yes! I just looked and started laughing. Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
I love that. I love that. Wow. Wow. If we were a band, okay?
Yeah.
If we were a rock band and we were on a tour, the stadium is packed, the lights go out, and the crowd starts going crazy, and then the first thing you hear is,
Yo, we always do Hey Bitches.
boom,
We do
power
hey,
chord, and we go into it.
when we do Hey Bitches, Hey What
Yes.
at like MM Barbecue. I would love.
We got to
to hear
replace it.
Yes.
you.
Yeah. Totally.
Can we get the lights to come down? And
I don't know about that. We'll have to see if we could do that. Oh, my God.
ladies and gentlemen.
All right. I love this story with a soon arriving gummy from Mike Tyson's new cannabis brand. You too can chew on an ear like the heavyweight champion.
Oh, my God. Are you serious?
For real. The
It's
famed
an ear.
boxer appeared in Boston last week to promote his Tyson 2.0 line of marijuana products. In a social media post on Tuesday, the company unveiled Mike Tyson Bites, ear-shaped gummies in a nod to Tyson's biting off fellow Evander Holyfield's ear.
I wonder. So they've since made up, and Holyfield has accepted the apology. So I wonder if he knows about this.
He should probably get a little cut.
A little
This
piece
is
of
his
it.
ear.
Yeah, right.
Seriously.
Now, 25 years removed from the incident, Tyson is charting a new path in retirement. On Thursday, the boxer greeted dozens of fans and signed autographs at Boston's Ascend Cannabis Dispensary. In an interview, he said that after years of depression and other mental health issues, he was left taking opiates and other drugs that made him want to do nothing but watch marathons of Law & Order and eat food. He said he gained almost 100 pounds and he wanted to die. But now, 55 years old, he says he was saved by two things, his wife and psychedelics. He said, my wife started getting me up, moving me around, getting some life in me, and I started doing psychedelics, and I became a believer. Tyson, whose 2.0 cannabis brand is partnering with the Ascend Dispensary, said that he's more at peace, thinking more clearly, and has solid relationships with his children, family, and friends now.
Well, good. I mean, he's definitely a passionate advocate for this stuff, and not only that, it is very lucrative for him.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So
Did,
doing well.
The ear has a bite out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I guess it comes that way. That's great.
That's terrific.
I didn't notice that, but it's got a little nip taken out of it. Nice. I love it. Let's see. How about this? Chris Red,
Yes.
recently revealed to Jess Cagle that it's been hard not to joke about the situation between Kanye West and his Saturday Night Live co-star Pete Davidson. The comedian, who has previously impersonated West on SNL, said, it's just better not to put your friend in a weird situation by antagonizing a situation more than you need to. But I'm really tired of sitting on these jokes. So I hope they figure that out soon, because I ain't got nothing to do with none of this. So he wants to get in there and mix it up, man.
Yeah, he's very funny. So he's also, they do this show, and then he and Keenan go do that sitcom that they're both on. So
Yeah.
they're constantly working.
Steve, do you recall ever in the history of Saturday Night Live the tabloid fodder of the cast members becoming a skit?
Yeah. Even early on, Case, with backstage fighting with the original cast. Listen, we didn't have tons of social media and stuff like that back then.
Right.
But yeah, there's the cast has always had points where they were the story. Right. And this is just another chapter.
So Sharon Osbourne, a year after leaving The Talk, she's picked up a new gig. She's going to be joining Piers Morgan on UK's soon-to-launch Talk TV network.
Yeah, we don't have enough talk.
Morgan made the announcement on Thursday on Twitter, calling Osbourne opinionated, fearless, funny, and maybe a little bit dangerous. The forthcoming current affairs show set to launch in spring 2022. I think this is wrong. It says it will be called The Talk.
Yeah, I heard that as well, Preston.
So she just left a show called The Talk.
Yeah, but now this is British talk where they talk with an accent.
Oh,
yeah.
It's that kind of
Yeah,
talk.
that talk.
I did not know that.
They spell it with a U. T-A-U-L.
Yeah, talk. She stuck up for her friend. She's friends with Piers Morgan and lost her gig because of it. So here they are.
So they're going to be working together. Amazon on Thursday said that it closed its $8.45 billion acquisition of MGM. The deal, which was first announced in May, could give Prime Video a boost and amp up Amazon's original production arm, Amazon Studios. Mike Hopkins, Senior Vice President of Prime Video at Amazon Studios, said, "We welcome MGM employees, creators, and talent to Prime Video and Amazon Studios, and we look forward to working together to create even more opportunities to deliver quality storytelling to our customers."
Wait, they owned MGM?
They will.
They do that. They will. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So that means that they would also then be owners of the Bond catalog.
And Rocky. Yep, so a bunch of franchises as well. But Amazon's going to own the world, man. MGM has a catalog of more than 4,000 film titles, so they will have them all.
I'm a proud Prime member.
You're what? I'm sorry?
I'm a proud Prime member.
A proud Prime member.
I get all my packages delivered to the house.
I wonder if he gets a free membership.
You got to look out for porch pirates, Kathy.
I know. I have cameras.
Yeah, like the Ring camera, which is Amazon.
Oh, that is Amazon. You're right. Wow. You're on board for everything.
Totally down with this, bro.
Yep. All right. And...
All right. Yep.
Well, so what I want to
He's happy. He still doesn't, he lives like a very rare existence. So when he gets to just be a regular guy and order stuff from Amazon, it's very exciting.
All right, one more quick thing. Tom Hiddleston and Zoe Ashton are engaged. Rumors started swirling about the couple over the weekend after Ashton appeared on 2022 British Academy Film Awards with a sparkling ring on her left hand.
Was she in the series Loki?
I do not know who she is.
Okay,
I didn't.
For some reason, I thought she might have been in the series Loki, and I'd be curious to see where they met.
Her name is spelled, Nick, if you're going to look it up, Zoe, Z-A-W-E.
Zoe.
Ashton. And I didn't do my research this morning, unfortunately. People confirmed on Thursday that the couple who began dating after starring in the 2019 play Betrayal together is set to wed. So I don't know.
Probably not Loki.
Obviously,
then.
she acts, but I have no idea what her credits entails.
He's a very talented mimic, as they say over there.
Yes, he is.
His impressions are really good.
Yep. And, they're spot on. He does some really funny ones, too. All right, so it's Friday. That means movies are opening, so let's talk about them. Here we go. Oh, different one. Yeah. All right, so Deep Water is one of the films you can see. It's a mystery thriller. It's Ben Affleck, Ana de Armas, and Lil Ray Howery. It's based on the celebrated novel by famed mystery writer Patricia Highsmith. Deepwater takes us inside the marriage of picture-perfect Vic and Melinda Van Allen to discover the dangerous mind games they play. And
like Wordle.
And what happens to the people that get caught up in them. Hour and 55 minutes long, rated R, streaming now. Rotten Tomatoes score gives it only a 44%, but she is perfection.
Well, she's a temptress in this, and she's the perfect choice for. So she's apparently going around like banging everybody right and left, but she is thrilling to him, so he stays with her in this game. It looks interesting.
Ana de Armas. All right, also opening this weekend is Windfall, which is a mystery thriller starring Jason Segel, Lily Collins, whose birthday is today, and Jesse Plemons. A man breaks into a tech billionaire's empty vacation home, but things go sideways when the arrogant mogul and his wife arrive for a last-minute getaway. Hour and 32 minutes long, rated R. Streaming now, Rotten Tomatoes score. There is not one at this point.
Not a good sign.
And then finally, Uma. It's a horror film starring Sandra Oh. Uma Thurman.
Yeah.
Sandra Oh, Fievel Stewart, and Dermot Mulroney. Uma, which is the Korean word for mother, follows Amanda and her daughter living a quiet life on an American farm. But when the remains of her estranged mother arrive from Korea, Amanda becomes haunted by the fear of turning into her own mother. It's an hour and 32 minutes long, rated PG-13, and wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score a paltry 33%. All right, and now we're ready for the clips. Ben Affleck stars in the new movie Deepwater, and in this clip, Ben explains why he enjoys playing characters for director Adrian Lin.
One of the nice things I like about Adrian and his movies is that I love this. Is like there's no simple answer. You don't look it up and go, he wants this, you want that. This is the answer. Here's, the movie goes A, B, C, and it's all neatly tied up. The characters are complicated. They're not totally self-aware, and the movie doesn't try to explain everything.
Yeah! Deepwater can be streamed on Hulu. Next clip. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson shares formative moments from his childhood in the show Young Rock. In this clip, The Rock explains why it's so special to him.
It's my family. It's my grandmother, my grandfather, it's my dad, my mom, and a lot of people who have I've had the privilege of intersecting with throughout my life, including the wildly crazy and unpredictable world of professional wrestling.
Shut the f*** up!
New episodes of Young Rock air Tuesday at 8 o'clock NBC. I read the other day that Sean Astin is added to the cast, and he's going to play some kind of a nemesis to The Rock, and I don't know the details on that.
It's apparently like these are the episodes, and I've been watching it. I actually enjoyed the show. I think the one thing that they do, which is kind of dumb, is that the whole idea that they're going through his life is that he's running for president, and so he's, they interview him about moments of his life. They could do away with that. But you have famous wrestlers being depicted and famous people throughout his life being depicted by actors, and it is pretty cool.
Nice. All right, and there you go. That's the entertainment report for your Friday morning.
Look at how foggy it is outside, by the way.
I know. It's here in Bala, it is incredibly thick, and driving in from Harleysville, it was the same thing. It was you've got to be careful, especially as traffic's picking up this morning. Just watch out because somebody can put on the brakes and you may realize it too late.
Sometimes it's well worth your time to set someone on the hood and look for obstructions up ahead. Yeah.
Consider that.
Driving like a
grandmometer. Throw a senior citizen out there.
Grandma, can you sit up here?
Yeah. All right.
She's not busy.
So be careful on the way in. We got some stuff to do. Donell Rawlings is going to be in our studio this morning. We got things to give away. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. After splitting from Kristen Cavallari, after 10 years together, sources tell E.T. That Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya.
Psoriasis. Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
Yeah. No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya? Is it one of these where you need...
Like some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody.
Yeah, like
She's
notoriety.
right. Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity
notoriety. Raya. I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya, Raya. But
who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a vetting committee.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54.
Right.
And they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor.
Okay.
I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression is?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
No.
It sounds like it hurts when you do that.
No.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Is it because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
It's really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman
I
impression.
was confused why the whole kryptonite
It's a
thing,
terrible
but-
joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman. And then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
But you did it, man. You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
I think we're still on air.
In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was amazing.
That's an immediate A+. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
You know, it's funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing, I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So, sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill's has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character. So you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air?
The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies? Me too. Did you know that Mortal Kombat was it from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like, my mother was born in Iceland and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube. Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn. You get it? Finish him.
All right, I like Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah.
Kathy!
Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Kath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. Part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called The Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers The Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call The Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin crust
your
pizza.
version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby. Essentially that that have had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't remember this from Pizza Hut either, Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said 97, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza
Really?
Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were
Yeah.
not in college or on ordering pizza?
The time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba, wubba, wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's Amores. Slav.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd Oips. That's Oips.
Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, yeah. Same thing.
Yep. Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really...
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
In this video said whether it was bussin' or disgusting, so...
No, she doesn't. And I think, so the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Did
I don't know. I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you-
the crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You can do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should-
I know.
we
I
should've
said,
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Can we try that?
Fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take
yeah.
everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit
real quick,
in
speaking of
salads before.
pets.
I got this email I wanted to pass along. It says, Dear Preston, been a long-time listener since Y100 days, and I listen to you guys via the podcast every day since I live in Florida. Originally from Philadelphia, I moved to Boca Raton in 2008, and I was listening to you guys one day, and I learned that Casey is a fan of alligators, and I am legally permitted in Florida to own an alligator, and it gave me an idea. My gator, Hendrix, decided he would pose for a picture with your guys' logo. Hopefully you see this. You guys rock. That is Mike Klein from Florida. So here I have a picture that he sent of his alligator Hendrix.
Look at that little fella.
With the Preston and Steve logo.
That's terrific.
I sent it to Marissa to post on our social accounts later on. So I thought that was really cool. And then I have another, believe it or not, alligator email. And this is from Kristen Benash, I guess is how you say her name, who lives in Roseville, California. And she said, hey, I just wanted to reach out and say thank you again for the daily smiles. She said, I was having a horrible morning yesterday, but when I turned on my Preston and Steve podcast, that all changed. When I heard the little bit during the Bizarre File with the alligator that would not give up the man's arm. You guys had me laughing so hard I cried. Instant 180 of my mood. The story itself was horrific, but the imagery of an alligator acting like a dog, only giving up his treasure for a treat, had me cracking up. And it only took a few seconds, but you guys turned my day around.
That's awesome.
That is all. And just wanted to say thank you. Love ya from Kristen. So, Kristen, we are happy to do that.
I love animals so much. They're so great. You've seen the video of this this Rottweiler who gets caught eating out of the food bag in the garage, and the owner's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And the dog takes his face out of the food bag, spits all the food out, and then runs away. I've never seen anything.
They are amazing.
All right. And then finally, I got this email.
I just love animals. I do. Saw a cat acting like a dog the other day. It was pretty cool, too. Back to you, Preston.
No, it's okay. You take it for a while.
You don't have to be so mean about it. Just having a little fun, man. No
Listen,
sad, bro.
Preston clearly doesn't realize that's breaking news.
Okay. So then I got this other message. This email says,
I really like gum.
I mean, it's funny when he says it.
What you doing over there, by the way?
I'm just taking care of stuff.
What are you doing? What are you doing? He pulled out some ointment. He's got a Q-tip. I need to know.
I think he forgets that we're on it.
I need to know what's going on.
He's building a ship in the bottle.
Listen, man, that's why people like the show. It's just so cash. You know what I'm saying?
Your cat.
Yeah, they just feel like they're listening in on the conversation. So in a normal conversation, if I had a sore in my nose, I would just take a Q-tip and put some ointment on it. And then,
that's what you're doing. Okay.
You have a cold sore in your nose?
Oh, my God.
That's the worst.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
It's inside?
Those suck.
Yeah,
Those are
awful.
horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate them.
But I got to get to it early.
By the way, does a sore in your nose inside fall? Because that's called the triangle, right?
Yeah.
You can't. You should not pop.
Dangerous?
Yeah, you should not pop pimples in what they call the triangle of your face.
Oh.
Yep.
Which is
I do anyway.
Yeah.
And listen, when you do get one of those cold sores in there, and it eventually kind of like crusts up or whatever, and picking at it is like I can't not. You know what I mean?
A human has to. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So
You should, look at pets and animals. and stuff.
Hey,
See
it'll
what they
cheer you
do.
up.
Yeah, it'll cheer
I
you
saw
up.
this video of this cat doing these tricks with the dog. Back to you, Preston.
Okay. Maybe we should play our new Friday song.
Yeah.
Yes.
That'll
pep us up.
All right.
You're going to like this one.
Yeah, this is a new Friday. So this is Bob Dylan, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We were
Is this
listening.
what we were listening to before?
We were listening to this earlier, and it just didn't sound like it had the right vibe we need on a Friday.
Needs
So
to be a little peppier.
we altered it a little bit, and this is what we came up with.
Friday.
There you
Way
go.
better.
Yeah.
Way better.
Play it again. You got to pay attention to lyrics.
Friday.
It's Friday.
Okay.
That was Bob Dylan in the original one?
Yeah, because it was like
It's Friday. It was so down and
Yeah,
dowery, and I'm like, why don't you just speed it up a little
Here's my
bit?
new party song for the weekend.
Friday.
Friday.
All right.
This is a song I like to send it out to all the cats that pretend they're dogs.
You got to see this video, Steve.
Well, now
You have to.
I know we have to see
Dude,
it.
I mean, he sits, right? Cats don't do that. Cats don't go, oh, okay, all right, sit. Fifi, sit. They don't do that. They're like, they do whatever they want on their
I
time.
could probably work up with the 9 that I have. I could probably work 1 or 2 into the joint. They do. A couple will fetch for me.
Really?
Yeah, Mia will.
Oh, if I yell at them, they run.
Yeah.
They know.
All right, one more email I want to read to you guys. This says, Gadzooks, growing up in Philly my entire life, originally from Delco, I never thought that I'd have the opportunity to meet and shake the hand of Eric Lindros. I had that chance tonight, and the only thing that I could think to say was, thank you for what you've done for Philly, and I heard you on Preston and Steve last week, and his response was, well, they're right over there. And I looked over and was greeted by the one and only Kenny Knight. After being a listener for 20 plus years and a hockey fan for as long as I can remember, I could barely comprehend what was happening in such a short period of time. I had a lengthy conversation with both Preston and Nick and couldn't appreciate more how down to earth and conversational you both were. It was such an uplifting night towards a sense of normalcy with an awesome hockey game and the best way to send Giroux off with a win. Thanks for all that you do. This is from Phil DeMauro, who was in the suite next to us.
Oh, I didn't see him.
Yeah, super nice guy. There was a whole group of them over there that were listeners of the show, and they came over to say hello real quick, or they leaned over to say hello from the other suite. So last night, we took a group of listeners, and we got tickets in a catered suite at Claude Giroux's 1,000th game, and more than likely it hasn't become 100% official, but his last game as a Flyer.
Did not travel with a team to Ottawa.
And I got to tell you, it was a pretty magical night. Number one, I haven't been to a hockey game in a long time. And number two, to gather with people like that hasn't happened in a while either, especially with listeners. And number three, the organization threw a really good celebration for Claude.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was. You'd have to be made of stone to not be moved by that.
Yep.
And Preston, going over there and doing the whole thing, I had to get out of my head and say, why am I getting so nervous? But I realized it's been forever since we've done something like this. Mm-hmm. And so the traffic was good for me, and I got in, and it was great. And I woke up to the suite, and I'm thinking, okay, we always want to make sure that the listeners are taken care of. Man, they catered it so wonderfully.
Oh,
it was unbelievable.
The food, they really went over the top. It was fantastic. Not only Steve had requested chicken strips,
which they provided me, and plenty, tons.
Yeah. But they had short ribs and pulled pork and grilled shrimp and Caesar salad and sandwiches and brownies and they had bourbon, tequila, and vodka and beer and all this stuff and everything to mix with. We had the complete hookup for our listeners last night. It was so cool. I was so happy, and the people that won the tickets were delighted, and they got the royal treatment from the Flyers last night.
So I was the first to arrive into the suite. I picked up I love the popcorn. I don't know what the hell it is, but I love that freaking popcorn over there, big bucket. I'm not in that suite for more than 7-8 seconds. I turn around and I bump something and pour the entire bucket of popcorn on the floor.
Oh, no.
Like a jackass.
No.
And I'm like, it pristine, done to the nines. And so Rob is the gentleman's name, I think, is the guy who was helping us. Couldn't have been nicer, but got that all cleaned up. And but again, the people who showed up, everyone just had smiles on their face. And to see that ceremony and to see what they did and have everyone practicing in Giroux's number,
So when they did the pre-skate, they did the warm-up, every single member of the team was wearing number 28. They were wearing a jersey that had 28 on it. Claude's was the only one that was a little bit different. It was all blacked out in the numbers, so you could see who he was when they were doing the skate, and it was really, really cool to see that. And they kept flashing great pictures and so on up on the screens, and that's the first time that I've been at a Flyers game for the fired up presentation that they do
with actual fire.
I haven't been to a game in years. It's been a few years. It was. Damn it, that was amazing.
And what they were showing on the ice was amazing. So they had all the stuff, like Giroux's picture was popping up on the ice. But Preston, I swear to God, when they set those flame things off, we were all the way across, and I could feel that heat.
Yep. Yeah. And they do the thing kind of like where the Sixers have done for a while, where the floor breaks apart. They do the ice breaking apart. It was something else, man.
Yeah, the presentation really has gotten better. I wish they had a team that matched the pregame celebrations, because they've done a fantastic job with it. The video screens are awesome. The pregame ceremony honoring Claude before the game started was really, really well done. Brought out his whole family, his wife, his 2 kids. His parents were there. They presented him with a silver stick, and then they presented his 2 sons with silver sticks. And I got choked up. I mean, these
great.
2 little boys out on the ice. They also got little silver sticks, hockey sticks to play with. It was really sweet and touching.
By the way, going back to the pre-show hype and the starting lineups, the announcement of the starters and so on. I told you our British friends, Joel and Leah. They went to a Sixers game. We got them out there, and they made a video of that. And so that whole setup thing that happens, they were like, they couldn't believe what they were seeing because they don't do that type of stuff.
No, they just get right to the
the game, and they don't do any of that. So that was and so I was taking that in while I was watching it. I'm like, all right, this is pretty special when you do stuff
it's pretty
like this.
wonderful. they had a brawl. There was a
fight.
brawl, but
Yes.
a fight.
It was a fight near the beginning of the
was
first
good.
period.
Yeah.
And it was a good one. Who was
It was McEwen. I don't know who he went up against with the Preds.
the guy was huge.
Yeah, and
He got him down, and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be good." And then that dude got back up again.
I know. But
then he got
McEwen
him back
landed
down.
and McEwen landed 3, 4 in the first portion of the fight. It was impressive.
Clean ones.
Yeah.
And then shortly after that, we got a goal. I'm like, this is going to be a great game. This is already worth it right here.
But
his celebration after that fight and heading back is like he's pumping his hands up.
He's getting the crowd fired up.
Well, you could tell all the players really were pumped for Drew last night. They wanted it to be a win, and so the Flyers were up 3-1, and then the Preds went up 4-3. And then the Flyers came back towards the end of the third, and the place went nuts. It was. I'm glad I stayed for the whole game. It was really great that they were able to come back and win. Kevin Hayes kind of had a lucky goal, bounce off of him and go in, and then had a beautiful pass to set up Farabee, and Farabee scored with the game winner. It was just over a minute left.
So going back to the pregame stuff, that's the first time I've seen where they now have a ritual of somebody beating the drum. Okay, to get the crowd fired up. And they show the spotlight, and it's right before the game starts that they do that. I mean, right as the game is right before they drop the puck. And so they zoom in on the person, and lo and behold, it's Eric Lindros banging on the drum. We're like, oh my God, I didn't know he was going to be here tonight. And not 15 minutes later, he shows up in our suite.
Oh, man.
Nick texted him, and he was cool enough to come up and say hi. And
people were having seizures.
Our winners were freaking out. It was just the best.
Yeah, I mean, he's still a draw. He's still a big name, and his role with the organization has changed over the years, but he, I think he really embraces what he's doing now.
Yep.
He could not have been nicer. And sometimes when we're in positions like that, I don't want to put him in an awkward position, right? We have a nice friendship with Eric, and so you bring him into a suite, and you don't want him to get bombarded by all the listeners. He didn't mind at all. He took every photo that everybody wanted to take with him.
It's clear he's in that mode.
He is,
and in fact, he kept everyone who came up to him absolutely. And you get the sense that the second he hits Philadelphia, that's a lot of that. Well, he's getting a lot of that around the clock.
So there was a listener there named Eva last night, and she was taking like a selfie with Eric behind her, and Eric put his arm on Eva, and it's like, no, come on in. Yep. Let's get a picture together. Nice. So for them to do that together and to do it that way was really cool.
So he is wearing a Flyers sweater right now in this picture that we're looking at. Was it his number?
No.
Or it was Drew?
It was Drew,
awesome. Yep, he was wearing a 28. And by the way, speaking of the jersey, after he left the suite, I went and I go and I sit down in my seat, and then I look out at the ice, and I glance my eyes up just a little bit, and I see 88 hanging from the rafters. I'm like, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a retired jersey guy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the real deal.
Nobody with the organization is ever going to wear number 88 again.
When he came in, I remember the first thing I said to him is, don't touch the chicken fingers.
They're mine.
They're mine.
Well, he honored that.
Yeah, he did. He honored
He's
that.
a man.
I do appreciate, because you guys posted this picture last night, and people were like, "Oh my gosh, how is Casey taking the picture?" I wasn't there last night, and I appreciate Nick calling me. He calls, and I'm like, all right, well, Nick's calling in the middle of the Flyers game. There's something going on, right? This can't be good, right?
But Eric Lindros should be calling my phone.
Wow. And it didn't even dawn. He goes, hey, somebody wanted to talk to you. I just assumed it was one of the listeners in the studio. And lo and behold, it was Eric Lindros. He didn't really want to talk to me, and I could tell he's like, But I'm on the phone with him, and I yelled at my wife. I'm like, Diane, I'm talking to Eric Lindros on the phone right now.
Oh, that's great.
Such a dork.
No.
But he's a good sport about it. He totally gets it. And, Giroux has had some fun at your expense over the years too, Case, but he really likes you, and so it was cool that we were able to see Eric last night. It was cool that we were able to be there for Drew, probably his last game with the team. And thank God that they won.
I mean, the only thing that would have made last night better was either A, Drew gets the game-winning goal or a goal, but, they won, and that's all that matters.
One thing is clear, as is the case often with somebody, the way he's treated the city and the way he's been, he will always be welcome. He will always be celebrated. I mean, he's got that.
He'll always get a free meal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably a matter of time, but the number 28 will be hoisted into the rafters there. He deserves that. And so
Bobby Clark was there last night to personally hand that silver stick to him.
Yeah, some nice video tributes from Kimmo Timonen and from Jay Voracek, Danny Briere, Hartsey, and Jim Jackson.
You know who wasn't there, Steve?
Hasselhoff.
It's
son of a bitch.
Clear.
Like, do you not have a soul?
That's kind of a slight.
I don't care if you weren't invited or had no idea what was going on.
It was some of it was pretty melancholy, man. I was getting a little bummed out. I mean, it really would have been the best of all worlds to have him play out his entire career here.
Well, it's a little frustrating because had the management built a better team around the guy, last night's celebration would have been prep for them getting into the playoffs, and it could have been that if things had gone differently this season, but it wasn't. And so he's moving to a team in all likelihood that's going to contend for the Cup. And so good for him for having that option, but it sucks that it's not going to happen here in Philly.
Yep.
Yeah. It's sad.
But I want to thank Sean, who was our contact at the Flyers, for helping set that whole thing up last night. Sean Hoyt.
Yeah.
Hoyt.
And Zach Hill and Joe Seville with the Flyers have always been so helpful. Zach was
they're on their game, man.
They are.
Like, again, I'm looking forward to what's down the road. And obviously they're gonna build, and hopefully get everything back up and running the way it should be. But regardless, it's always a blast to go there and see it in person.
And not just the team. I was talking to Mike, who works in security there, that they are going to so the improvements, the suites they bumped them up a notch.
Yeah.
They've improved that, and they did it a few years ago. I just haven't been in one in several years, but we know about the top suites and them fixing that whole area, that inexpensive area that you can hang out up top. I forgot the name of it.
Assembly room.
The assembly room.
Yeah.
But they're going to redo their club level as well after this season. And the clubs are great, too. The club boxes you can buy tickets for. It's not like a suite where you have to, I don't know how you get suite tickets other than...
You went on our show.
You went on our show. But they're going to redo the club thing. That building is fantastic, man. They've really done wonders with it.
They've done a great job. It's cool to, see the renovations paying off and being really nice at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, and again, it cannot be overstated how wonderful it is to be around people.
Yeah, and the fact that we're throwing parties and stuff again.
And did you guys get to chat with listener Gary and his nephew Josh?
Yes.
They were, Josh was probably 6, maybe 7.
So cute. Casey, he brought, because it gets loud in there, he had headphones
I love
to keep the noise down, and he's there. He was like, if he had been transported to Saturn, he couldn't have been more wide-eyed.
So when you guys weren't able to stay for the entire game, but Josh, the 7-year-old, won the autographed jersey.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I figured, and if anybody deserves it, it's the kid. So I gave it to him, and he was really appreciative. He got a round of applause from everybody in the suite, which was really touching. And I got a picture. I'll post it up on Instagram and social media later. But it was cool, man. It was neat to see that little kid smile and have some fun.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good time last night. All right, we have a few minutes left, and if I don't clean out some things from my junk drawer, then they're gonna go.
I know.
They're gonna go to waste. I better dig in the drawer.
My little
and
tiny
actually pull
farts
that
ready
out.
to go when you do that.
Hey, I sent this to a few of you this morning. This is wild. From Star Trek to Harry Potter, invisibility cloaks have been a popular feature in science fiction blockbusters
Let
for
me
years.
guess, I wasn't on that email list.
You weren't on that email list. I didn't put you or Marissa in there. But now the futuristic technology has become a reality with the development of a fully functional invisibility shield.
Yeah.
This thing is incredible.
It's you you have to keep checking because it's like, okay, are they faking this? But it's amazing.
Yeah, the shield has been developed by London-based startup called Invisibility Shield Company. And I've seen things where they'll use cameras, okay, on the back of something, and it projects. It takes a video of what's behind you and puts it in front of you. This is not that. This is something different than that. This uses a special lens array that redirects light, rendering any objects or people hiding behind it invisible, quote unquote invisible. The team explained so far, by the way, 25 fully functional shields have been developed, and the team is funding a Kickstarter to develop more. They said, disappointed by the lack of progress and continued unavailability of actual working invisibility shields, we decided to step things up and go all in on our project to create one. We went through countless iterations, tested a lot of materials, and experienced a lot of failure. But along the way, we managed to develop a reliable, scalable, and efficient manufacturing process and create what we believe are the best invisibility shields ever made.
So obviously, you have a military application, and the dream of rubbing one out in a public park is now
The applications
closer.
are endless.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the invisibility shield uses a special lens array to direct much of the light reflected from the object or person hiding behind it away from the observer, sending it sideways across the face of the shield to the left and right. Now listen, I've read this. I've looked at the diagrams. I don't get it. I don't know how the hell they're doing it.
To me, it's like a little bit. So, for people who have projectors at home, like TV projectors, home theater projectors, like ambient light reducing screens have this sort of it's like when you partially raise and lower blinds, or when you ratchet them up or lower them a little bit, that sort of thing is going on, and that diminishes the light in one direction and boosts it in another. I think it's something similar to that here.
So it doesn't completely. I would imagine it'll work best from a distance. As you get up closer, you're going to be able to tell.
Again, on a military application, and or also if you have something that's an eyesore, you could hide it, I guess.
I would also guess you'd have to be looking directly at this. I don't know about, off angle or not.
Off angle, yeah.
Because the lenses in this array are vertically oriented, the vertically oriented strip of light reflected by the standing or crouching subject quickly becomes very diffuse when spread out horizontally on passing through the back of the shield, the team explained.
Yeah.
In contrast, the light reflected from the background is much brighter and wider. So when it passes through the back of the shield, far more of its is refracted both across the shield and towards the observer. So it only makes the close-up things kind of disappear, I guess, is what I get from
because
this.
that's what we're seeing here. So there's a guy standing in a parking lot, and there are empty parking spaces. The lines are on the pavement, and you can see them perfectly. But
even the closest one, which is probably closer than him, which is weird. I don't know how it works that way. So to develop the shield, the team tested a variety of different lens shapes with varying angles, depths, profiles, and separation distances. The final iteration features elongated, convex lenses running in parallel across a polymer sheet. The material used to create the shield is UV resistant, temperature resistant, and extremely durable. It's commonly used for external signage and marine applications.
If you had a Harry Potter type invisibility cloak, where would be your first destination?
Ooh.
What would you do first? I would take a nap.
That's let me just lay down.
It's probably comfortable.
Yeah, and nobody would see that you're sleeping on the job. And wow.
Would you go into like the teacher's lounge in a school?
No, somewhere that would make me money somehow. No, I'm trying to make this into a money thing, or like insider trading, or I don't know. That's where I think I would. Now I wouldn't steal anything. I wouldn't waltz into a bank and take money out, but some way to make money.
Go sit in Bill's office without him knowing.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hello, Victoria's Secret. You make lingerie for men.
No,
and then I could record that and extort him.
Yes,
that's how it. Yeah,
how did you get this?
Him.
Yeah. No. This is a concept that's been around forever, but to see the application like this is pretty mind blowing.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
You're not getting a crystal clear see through, but you're getting enough, as you said, from a distance.
Yeah, where you wouldn't notice it.
Yeah.
The bond between the layers. Wait a minute. This is a lengthy description of how this works, and it's
magic.
That's what they should go with. Backgrounds with defined horizontal lines work really well, and these can be natural features such as the horizon or man-made features like walls, rails, or painted lines. They also found that the shield performs best against uniform backgrounds such as grass, foliage, sand,
if it's too busy,
and sky.
Probably not going to be an issue.
Yep.
You can also do what the Roadrunner used to do, which was to paint like a tunnel
that
on
usually
a brick
works.
wall. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I think I've seen this in some kind of pop culture application recently, and I'm trying to figure out what it is or was. And maybe it was literally just something using for a magic act or something along those lines. But I feel like I've seen this recently.
There's a thing that you might see pop up a lot now, which is they're doing it on the buildings that are like in Times Square or in other major cities that are on like a very high trafficked area. They'll take one or two floors and they'll use a projector system to make it look like there's a 2-story cat.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it looks like a 3D image. And the way they can do it's got to be based on this similar technology.
So, by the way, this is not as expensive as you think it would be.
What would you expect to pay for this amazing invisibility cloak?
This small invisibility shield measured, if you want to get one that measures 12 by 8 inches, it's less than $100.
What?
And the full-size option, which measures 37 by 25 inches, will probably run you around $500.
That's not bad.
That's not much at all. They have a Kickstarter page if you want to check that out.
Oh, I've gotten burned on Kickstarter.
Oh, really?
They made my money disappear.
Oh, no. They can do that. What have you invested in?
It was a yoga mat for my wife that had all this feedback and stuff like that, and it had think of like a Peloton for a yoga mat.
Yeah,
and it was looking really good, and it never came into existence. I was ripped off.
We had a guy that came in with a see-through cooler one time. Remember?
Oh yeah,
Hartnell's buddy.
Yeah. Yes.
And I wonder whatever happened with that.
I don't know.
Yeah. That's the thing. You never find out whatever happened with that Kickstarter.
That's my issue.
Yeah. All right, anyhow, let me see what else I have in the junk drawer to mention. I only have time for, bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is interesting. Turbulence. All right, turbulence in an aircraft. If you get nervous when your plane starts to hit a patch of rough air, there are some ways to avoid your brain jumping to the worst case scenario.
Is that you? Are you?
No.
Yeah.
Not. The only time I used to get nervous was flying into Denver, because on the approach,
it's a mofo.
When you're getting ready to land, you start hitting turbulence. Now, when you're hitting turbulence that low, when we're up high cruising, no big deal.
Okay. Wait, why Denver?
It's just every time I've flown, because the mountains or whatever reason.
And it's prone to wind shear.
Every time I've flown in there, it's a bumpy landing. Oh. So I get a little nervous because you're that look close to the ground, and I think something could go wrong. But I'll tell you what relieved me of those issues when I used to maybe get nervous back in the day, even when it would bounce around at cruising altitude. But Atlanta-based flight attendant Laura Nottingham says, first and foremost, understand that the airplane is designed to fly through turbulence. Nothing is wrong with the aircraft. Pilots are highly trained professionals, and they know how to expertly handle turbulence. And that's one of the reasons. So I had a friend of mine who worked for the FAA and was a pilot, and I asked her about violent turbulence in passenger aircraft. And I said, is there ever anything to worry about? She goes, those things are so structurally sound that they are made for that, and you have absolutely nothing to worry about. It's made for that.
What I think is, I don't think like the plane's gonna explode because we're going through turbulence. Like what I think is, it's gonna get so rough that the pilot's gonna lose control, which is also not. Well, yeah, pretty much.
My elbow's on the button.
But which is also not the case. I mean, essentially, those planes can fly themselves. That's not really going to happen.
I've been in many, when I was doing comedy, I was flying all over the place. And I remember clearly one time seeing, we were in turbulence that were so heavy that the plane dropped. The stewardess in the aisle became airborne for a second and fell down. I mean, it was like crazy.
Oh, listen, there are things that can happen like that, which is part of the reason why you're supposed to wear your seatbelt when you sit down, because there can be a sudden drop where things are going to go flying. I had a friend who was on a plane. She was pregnant, and she said the plane took a nosedive. Like whatever happened, they had to get out of the situation, and the pilot prepped them, and they just went straight down. She goes, I thought this is it. Like this is how I'm going to die, and I'm never going to have kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was on a Delta flight that took a dramatic drop, and I obviously
here's why I did that.
But it was. But again, at a certain point, it's like you were saying, Preston, if this is my time, there's nothing I can do to stop it.
Oh no, I'm not thinking like that. I'm like, help me!
Get me out of here!
Where are the parachutes?
There's nothing I can do. I'd rather go out in a huge fuel explosion than choking to death on a goober in bed.
Hey, by the way, so the pilot came on and explained?
I'm sure he gave what he thought was a satisfying explanation, but I forget exactly what it was. But it was one of those times, and I'll never forget. I could see that cabin right now in my head.
Wow.
And everyone was like.
So the flight attendant said there are various reasons turbulence occurs: wind, changes in air temperature, thunderstorms, etc. She thinks learning about the science of turbulence is the best way to tackle your fears around it.
Yeah, learn about it.
Flight attendant Dominica Jimenez says that she recommends slow, mindful breathing while in the air to combat anxiety.
Is that slow, mindful breathing?
Is, yes. You've taken the course.
That's what I do, though. I'll look at the flight attendants. If they look calm and fine, we're good.
Yep.
Like when they start to look worried, then we're in trouble.
When the captain calls the flight crew up to tell their loved ones into the black box what they want to say
that
to
happens
them.
That happened in flight, doesn't it?
It's one of the most powerful scenes I've ever seen.
He's like, say what you want to say.
Yeah, say to your
God, that's awful.
Do you have a child? Tell your child you love them.
Yeah. She's she's just talking to the
What's
regular
the movie?
comms.
Yeah.
It's called Flight. It's Denzel Washington. It's a great
right.
movie. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's like, say what you want to say.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Awful.
Yep.
And he has the benefit of being drunk.
That's right. That's right. So Nottingham says other ways to deal with turbulence, including distracting yourself with books, music, or talking to another passenger.
Hey! Are you as scared as I am?
Don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to anyone.
Anybody else?
Hey! I have to ask you a question. Are you as terrified as I am?
Somebody really needs comforting next to Kathy and just shut up. Just shut up.
Leave
Just
me
keep your mouth shut. Leave me alone.
I woke up one time on a flight home from Hawaii, and there was this giant, he was a big dude sitting next to me, and there was a lot of turbulence. I was probably hungover, and so I was sleeping, and I woke up, and he was like clutched to my arm. And he was like, are you okay? And I'm like, well, I was sleeping. Now you're hanging off of me. What's going on here?
So am I the only one in the room who actually kind of enjoys turbulence a little bit?
No,
it can be fun. Yeah.
I'm actually some of my best rides were.
It's
to me,
kind of like
roller coaster-esque.
Thank you.
A,
Yeah.
B, you see cool things sometimes in storm. I got to see Seeing Elmo's Fire.
Right. I know it freaks people out, but every now and then I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a fun one. You know, and like if it's not gonna, crash the plane and kill me, I'm gonna enjoy this process.
But there's nothing you can do if it's going to.
Exactly.
On my last flight back up from Florida, I saw a forest fire from the sky.
Wow.
I took a picture of it. It was pretty wild. I mean,
just last month?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was clear what it was. It was very large. It wasn't like, miles and miles, but it was big enough, and there was this huge plume that came. I'll show it to you guys in a little bit. It was pretty interesting. But so you should do what you can to remain calm if turbulence gets under your skin a little bit.
Do you remember that classic Odd Couple episode where Oscar and Felix are on the plane, and Felix is just terrified of everything? He's a terrible flyer. He looks out, and the crew's loading the luggage, and he goes, I just read his lips. He said, I fear there's much trouble with the fuselage, Friedrich.
I did not see that one.
He did not say that.
All right. And only had time to clean out a couple of things. Should we take a break now, or should I do one more? Yeah, we should take a break. Don't worry, I got some other things that we're going to get to in due time on this fine Friday, No Sad Bro program. So we'll come back in a second, and we will get into the bizarre file. And also, since it's Friday, Froggy will serenade us.
Yeah,
Foggy. And get us in
Froggy.
Foggy Friday.
There we go.
That's what it is. We'll be back in a moment. Hang in there. Strawberry salads and things like that.
You know what I do? So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. Mm-hmm. So something pineapple and sesame. And a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
Pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Jennifer melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
Not in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
well, now we're in Braveheart.
Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah! Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday. Isn't it?
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down. Slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes.
All right.
Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will try it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's very
I don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of a mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What?
do it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Yeah,
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right. In 3.
3.
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get a different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as two great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were two of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so, but Stevie sent me this.
Fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly. And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. For your cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of,
See, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it. In case if you want to have some of that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison.
Yeah,
when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie is...
All right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like
Billy.
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of... there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that, you could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake. Yeah. You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
he
you.
feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
it's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time. You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, where did you?
I was in the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What? Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly. What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will agree with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a brownie by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No.
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's good. It's cookie brownie. A man who purchased Gwyneth Paltrow's viral "This Smells Like My Vagina" candle from Goop says it exploded, and he's filing a class action lawsuit.
Candles do sometimes explode. You've had stories about that, right? Have you ever had one explode, Kathy? Or at least I had one like pop and melt immediately.
Oh, okay. So no, I've seen you. No, I don't burn candles in my house. But I've seen it burn all the way to the bottom, and there's just a little bit. It's just liquid at that point, and then it shatters the glass.
Okay. Well, this splattered vagina all over the walls.
Vagina, fight to the morning mass. This vagina falling, crashing, vagina falling to the ground.
They had a reporter on the scene.
Vagina catastrophes I've ever seen. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I can't compose myself. There's vagina everywhere. People trapped into huge labia. It's disgusting and a mess. It looks like deli meat strewn across the field here in Lakers, New Jersey.
Hair all over the place, and
There we go. My effects. There we go, sir. I can't even. My effects. I'm so distraught.
You've been pulled into a time continuum.
I don't know what's. Oh my God.
Wouldn't it be great if field reporters did have a battery of effects?
We should encourage that.
Sad time here out on the street.
Yeah. So according to legal documents obtained by the site.
And the vagina's not quite to the mooring mast. Oh my God, it exploded. It's burning. It's crashing, falling to the ground, falling. People jumping out. They're actually climbing down pubic hair to get down to the ground.
How big is this?
This is the largest one in the world at that time.
Yeah. And the majestic vagina coming over the New York skyline.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God!
It's burst into flames.
Oh my God, it burst into flames. Huge vagina on fire. Over Lake Mississippi, falling, crashing to the ground. People jumping out, hanging off the pubic hair. Somebody is jumping. Oh, fortunately, a piece of the labia is falling down and slipping as the mat as people jump down. They're falling onto the mat.
There's one large rope hanging out of it, actually. Yeah.
So thankfully, a matted pubic hair is serving as a rope ladder for those trying to escape the fire.
my God. All right, so Colby Watson says that he purchased the 10.5-ounce vagina candle online in January. He claims he lit the candle for the first.
Is it possible that he lit the wrong side? That he lit the butt side?
I don't know. Then the first time, turn it around.
Oh, yeah.
It's an old joke, right?
Yeah, well, the methane is back there.
He claims he lit the candle for the first time the next month. All right, so I've seen a new ad on social media for this erectile dysfunction.
The one that delivers to your home?
It's like it's you put it on your unit.
No.
Have you seen this thing?
What are you taping a pencil to your dong?
No, dude, not a pencil. It looks like almost like this horseshoe-shaped thing that comes almost to a close at the end. I have not really watched the commercial, but it appears to be like a C-ring that you put on.
When you said that, that's what I was thinking.
Right?
Yeah. So that the way strippers at like Chippendales will puff themselves up with
and then tie it off essentially.
Yeah.
So I think that's what this is. If
I'm Wilford Brimley for the Wilford Brimley C-ring.
No matter what size the good Lord gave you, the C-ring is adaptable.
If you
order right now, we'll throw in a bamboo steamer.
If anyone has seen this and has watched the ad and wants to comment or bring me up to speed on that, please give us a call, 215-263-WMMR, because...
Did you hear that Jerry died? I'm so sorry. What happened? He was trying some sort of new C-ring and he hemorrhaged.
Nick is pulling up.
Is this it?
No, that's not it.
No.
That looks like one of those things you throw against the wall and crawls down. What do they call those things?
The creepy crawlies? Wall crawl?
It's got little...
Wally crawlies?
It's Steve, it looks like it's got
Is that a C-ring for
French
that?
ticklers on it.
In case you're banging against the wall?
No, it was really weird.
I don't doubt it. I've seen a lot of...
Why are you targeting me with this? Why is this advertising heading to me? What's that all about?
Well, it's like when your mail from the local like funeral parlors and cemeteries is addressed to you by name.
Here it is, Nick.
Eddie?
Eddie.
ED has become Eddie.
I get it.
Meet Eddie, the wearable device aiming to optimize, your situation. So see what I mean? That it's shaped kind of like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
And I guess
I'd like to play horseshoes with that.
I guess you're supposed to get yourself excited and then strap that thing on. I have no idea.
So you're tying off so that you're...
That's what it seems like to me, Steve.
That's what a C-ring's purpose is.
I did.
It's not to get engaged, Godzilla.
I heard something way in the background there. It was like...
Maybe because I was talking.
Oh, maybe that was it. But I thought maybe it was the Friday song. And slowed down instead of sped up. But we have a different Friday. I was talking about the
other one.
Bob Dylan one.
Okay, yeah.
You know what? Yeah, we could do it back to back.
Yeah,
Which
let's do
one
it.
Do we like better? Casey, can you pull that up for me?
Yes,
This
sir.
is the new Friday song.
Friday.
But you should play the original so people know why you did that.
All right. Well,
Would you have to tweak it to do that?
hang on. I don't know. You know what? No. This is what I'm gonna do. You just gonna. While you're playing the Froggy song,
All right.
I'll tweak.
Well,
what I need.
I'm going to start both of these at the same time and see what happens, okay?
All right.
Oh, go back to it, Case.
Okay.
Hang on. Just let me do this real quick. Here we go. Now we're in the mode. We're in the full mode. All right, Casey's going to undo.
Here you go.
This is the original.
Yeah.
And so Casey was just going through trying to find something to play for Friday and found this little song from Bob Dylan. And we were listening to it and we're like, this sounds like death.
Yeah.
And this was it.
It's Friday.
I think I need to undo one more edit there. Because it was picked up.
To party.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like if you want to have the worst weekend.
Yeah.
Friday, gotta get down.
on Friday.
Oh, yeah. We're going to get down on Friday.
Yeah. No.
Get together with the girls and have mojitos.
It's Friday.
There you go.
Much better.
Friday.
There you go. We fixed it.
So they made it better.
Much better. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. It is your time to shine for the participants of the Special Olympics USA Games. You can grab a sub on Wednesday, March 30th, and all sales are going to be donated to the games. Jersey Mike's, be a sub above. Listen to this, man. A Wisconsin dentist was found guilty of healthcare fraud and other charges after he intentionally damaged his patient's teeth to boost profits, raking in millions from his scheme.
What a scumbag. So what would he do to the teeth?
So Scott Charmoli was convicted of 5 counts of healthcare fraud, 2 counts of making false claims about his client's treatment last Thursday. With his sentencing scheduled for June, Carmoli faces up to 10 years for each healthcare fraud charge, as a maximum of 5 years for each of the other 2 charges. Prosecutors say that Charmoli had routinely drilled or broken his client's teeth on purpose, charging them for additional treatment services to fix the damage he had just done. As a result, Charmoli's profits ballooned, with the dentist going from making $1.4 million and installing 434 crowns in 2014 to making $2.5 million in 2015, installing over 1,000 crowns.
So intentionally screwing up teeth to charge to repair the teeth he ruined.
That is correct. So according to prosecutors, stop it. In 2015, Charmoli began pressuring his clients into getting unnecessary crowns, a dental procedure where a tooth-shaped cap is placed in on a damaged tooth. Charmoli would drill or break his client's teeth and then send x-rays of the intentional damage to insurance as before photos to justify the crown procedures. Wow. One client, a guy named Todd Tedeschi, testified that Charmoli pressured him into getting 2 crowns in 1 appointment, despite Tedeschi believing that his teeth were fine. He said it seemed excessive, but I didn't know any better. I mean, he's the professional, and I trusted him. Some of the patients that Charmoli badgered into unnecessary procedures were also vulnerable, the prosecutor said. Some of the patients, according to them, said were extremely vulnerable individuals in abusive relationships, recently widowed, survivors of cancer, living paycheck to paycheck, scrounging to afford the co-pays requiring for the unnecessary procedures that he was billing.
He's a vulture.
So between 2016 and 2019, Charmoli billed more than $4.2 million for crowns, performing more crowns in than 95% of dentists in the state during that time.
He didn't think they would red flag?
According to testimony from an insurance company executive, while an average Wisconsin dentist performs fewer than 6 crowns for every 100 patients, Charmoli's rate exceeded more than 32 crowns per 100 patients. So, dude's going to go to jail, man.
Yes, he deserves
to jail. All right, I love this story. A cabinet minister who visited the Queen the day after the verdict of the inquest into the death of Diana, Princess of Wales, accidentally ate biscuits meant for Her Majesty's corgis, according to a new book. He was eating dog treats.
Yes.
Well, I told you the story one time. I put out Gainsburgers at a party to see if anybody would sample, and they did.
Alan Johnson, the then health secretary, revealed how he had inadvertently munched on the dog food following a meal at Windsor Castle the day after Diana's inquest. So according to Queen of Our Times, the latest book by former Daily Telegraph journalist Robert Hardman, the former Labor MP had no idea he had been eating dog biscuits until he left the lunch with Paul Murphy, then the Welsh secretary. In the book, it said the 2 cabinet ministers left in high spirits. We were waiting for our cars, and Paul said, "What a wonderful meal." And I said, "I loved it. I loved every minute of it." As they discussed the food, Johnson mentioned that he had particularly enjoyed the cheese and unusual dark biscuits. Paul said, "No, the dark biscuits were meant for the corgis." At that point, to Alan Johnson's eternal amusement, it suddenly dawned on him that he had been munching away on dog treats. He said, "I don't think I'd had the cheese with a Bonio biscuit before." The ministers had both attended a Privy Council meeting before being invited to stay for lunch by the Queen. And describing how he and Mr. Murphy were seated at either side of the Queen, At the other end of the table was full up with Army people, he said. They had an easygoing chat over drinks in the grand reception room before it became more even livelier at the table. And he said, at lunch, we had a whale of a time. She was good company. It was as if you'd known her for years. Obviously, there were the caveats of you understood, don't put your arm on the queen, and so on.
Don't fart.
But he said that it was perfectly natural and fun. The informality continued right to the end as the queen chatted and fed snacks to her corgis at the same time. And he had to eat a few of them.
So the treats were up on the table.
Yes, I guess so.
Well, you're going to expect that to happen then.
A Burlington County man accused of running a multi-state counterfeit money scheme has been sentenced to 5 years in prison. Hollis Forteau of Willingboro Township pleaded guilty to a single charge of conspiracy to possess counterfeit currency as part of a deal with prosecutors. Listen to what he did. Forteau made counterfeit $100 bills by printing images of $100 bills onto $1 bills that he had bleached.
Wait a second.
We talked about something like this. You brought it up.
Well,
didn't you?
no. Jack Reacher. That's the whole. I'm sorry. I don't know if I ruined anything.
No. You're right. But didn't you suggest? Couldn't you? I thought you had said something similar.
That sounds way too smart for me.
But you're right. That's because the bills are the same size. That's ingenious.
The process was meant to make the bills appear genuine, even if a clerk tested them with a counterfeit detection pen. Between December 2019 and January 2020, Forteau led at least 6 co-conspirators on 2 trips to Virginia, where the group bought products with the counterfeit bills and later exchanged them for real money at another location. The group avoided stores with bill scanners because technology would have identified Forteau's bills as fake. He did not go into the stores, but instead directed the others to go, and he took a cut of their profits. He brought a laptop and printer purchased with counterfeit money so that he could ensure a consistent flow of counterfeit bills.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Off a laptop. You're right, Case. That's not to get. Yeah, watch Reacher if you want to see something that pertains to this.
Also, like with the newer bills, they have those strips in them. So if you use the older bills that didn't have strips, you can get away with that a little bit more.
Have they busted that? How often do they bring bills out of circulation? I don't
know.
Yeah, you can't, right? Once they're out.
So Forteau was arrested in Philadelphia after the U.S. Secret Service found a video of him throwing $1 bills in the air with a printer visible in the background on social media. He had 29 bleached $1 bills, a single counterfeit $100 bill, and several ink cartridges when he was arrested. Investigators later found another 110 counterfeit $100 bills in a car that he was renting. So
you got to have some balls on you to do that.
Yeah.
He decided to post that, did he?
Yeah, right?
Okay.
Exactly.
Hey, guys.
Look what I did.
And
I'm a counterfeiter.
Is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a break. Is Donell Rawlings going to be joining us next?
Yes.
Excellent. Looking forward to that. We have an in-studio guest, and a lot of his shows have sold out for Helium. So when we get back, I'll tell you which ones you can get tickets to.
Awesome.
And he'll be with us. We'll be back in a moment. Make sure you stay with us. Information. Eddie is first of its kind wearable FDA Class 2 erectile dysfunction device. Manufacturer Giddy maintains that its unique ergonomic design improves upon current devices by working with the natural physiology of a unit where it's so
you
funny.
have to paraphrase.
It's so funny I can't say erection.
Yeah.
Where rings and constriction devices can actually work against it.
I swear by it, says B. Arthur.
It says here, Chloe Kent takes a closer look at how Eddie works and asks if it's truly an improvement upon the market's current state of affairs.
Preston, $298 for a 2-pack on Amazon.
What? Seriously?
No.
Look, $298 for a 2-pack. 2-pack.
Medicals.
Maybe they should get into it.
How do they charge you so much?
Eddie by Giddy.
Yeah.
Device for dysfunction proven effective. No pills, comfortable design, medical grade construction. Well, you need that.
All right.
Is it, all right, hang on.
You have to nail it on.
Well, no. Is it a one-time use only, or
That's what I don't know.
No.
If it's $298, there's no way, dude.
Does it say washable anywhere?
That has to be if you've, multiple use. That's the kind of thing you can go halvesies on, Nick.
From the Red Hot Chili Peppers, please welcome Mr. Chad Smith.
Yeah.
To the show. Good morning, Chad. There we go.
They're just people in there just hired just to clap loudly.
Yeah. That's what I do.
That's it. Yeah.
That's us. Yeah.
Gotta have clappers, man. Yep.
How do I get that gig?
Hey, Chad, I wanted to ask you, man. So Stone Harbor is where this is going to be. There have been sightings of you at the Jersey Shore before. No? What do you mean no?
I've never been to the Jersey. Tell me about the sightings. This sounds good.
Are you serious? We have heard there's somebody that looks like
it. Has to be.
That people have sworn up and down that Chad Smith haunts.
Well, we all know who that is now. Don't.
Will Ferrell out there?
Some other dude. Some other really good-looking guys out there too.
I have not been to the infamous Jersey Shore. This is my virgin experience. So yeah, what should I expect?
Well, it's beautiful. Stone Harbor's a gorgeous area, first of all, that you're going to be in. And it's just, you're going to be down there for Memorial Day weekend. So, in fact, that part of the state actually weighs more than any other part of the state this time of year because everybody's going to be flooding down that way. But it's just people dying to get out and enjoy summertime. So that's the kind of vibe you're going to be digging on.
Beginning of summer. And what a summer to start beginning, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're also dealing with the fact that restrictions are getting relaxed, and people are, as the vaccinations are going out and things are becoming more normal. I think you're going to get a very exuberant response from your art collection. And how long has this been a thing for you? Because obviously you have the artistic outlet of the music, but a lot of times, people like to dabble in other stuff. How long has this part of your life existed?
Well, I would say I've been doing this particular thing about 5 years now. And this company called Scene 4 in Los Angeles approached me. And it was really their kind of idea saying, look, here's how they presented it to me. We would like to put you in a dark room, completely dark, with these light-up fluorescent drumsticks of different color, and have you improvise or solo or do whatever you want on the drums, and we're going to photograph you at different angles with different shutter speeds, and people that know about photography, the shutter speeds, slower, faster, make things blurry, and all that kind of stuff. And then after that, you can change the color and you can manipulate it on different canvases and do all kinds of modern post-production stuff. And, how does that sound to you? And I was like, it sounds pretty cool. It sounds psychedelic, and it's a connection for me from music and drumming, which is obviously my passion and the first thing that I've been doing since I was a little kid. And so it made sense to me in that way. So, that's what we did. And that was about 5 years ago. And then I have a second collection. It was so much fun. I did it again. And this time, though, I started adding afterwards in post-production. I really wanted the power and the energy and explosiveness of how I was trying to portray the drumming to pop out on a flat surface, which is really the challenge, because music and drumming is so physical and obviously, it's a audio experience, but to try to get that, translate that onto a flat surface is something I was interested in. So I've been adding things to it to embellish it, to bring out those feelings that I want to convey on the canvas, and it's been a lot of fun, and I'm just going for it. There's no art police that's going to come and say, hey, you can't do that. That's against the rules. You're supposed to do, whatever. And so I'm not really concerned with that. I just, if it touches people emotionally or whatever sort of, reaction you can get from art, any kind of art,
right?
I'm down. So it's really, I'm using my drumsticks as brushes. And actually, there are brushes that people use on the drums, and the drums are my canvas, and I can express myself any way I want.
That's wild. We've had a few other rock stars by here that have taken to artistic and oil paints and various mediums, and a couple of them actually have been drummers. We have Mickey Hart of the Dead, Rick Allen of Def Leppard as well. Do you guys? Is this a community drummers who go into art?
Like a drum circle, a hate circle, or an art circle, or whatever. Stuart Copeland does it. Bill Ward from Black Sabbath. There's a drummer from Journey. A lot of people. I don't know. Maybe it's a drumming thing. I know. I asked Mickey about it actually because I saw that he did it, and I asked, and he's with the same company that I did. And obviously, our thing is always very different, but. Just to get a feel for it and how the people were to work with and all that, and he was very positive about it. So, I guess it's a thing. Who knows?
You know what's interesting though is because you talk about that there's no art police, and I think as a musician, and this is your livelihood and so on and so forth, and albums and songs get critical reviews and so on and so forth. It's sort of liberating in a way to tie into an aspect of what you do and have that. And I don't give a rat's ass aspect to it, to just be purely something you feel at the moment. And no, I don't care how it's judged. This is what I want.
If you make art and you're worried about what other people think and you're making it for someone else than yourself, I mean, it sounds selfish, but you really, you have to be okay. You have to love it. And you don't always love everything you do, but you have to do it for yourself and come from the heart, and that's authentic. Yeah. And if you're making it for other people or what other people think, music, film, photography, whatever it is, art, then you're already out in a different place. And that's not where I'm coming from. So no, I mean, do I want people to like it? Sure. Do I want some people to hate it? Yes. I want action. I don't want. All right. You don't want that as an artist. You want people to love it, or they at least for me, I want a reaction. So I think that's good, and you take a risk and you grow and change as an artist. That's really important, and I'm just doing that. And people don't like it, fuck them.
I have to dump out on the F-bomb. But listen, Chad, I have a question about that and the difference between creating music and creating this as tangible art that you can hold and touch and really take in. Now, if you create something, a piece of music, it goes out into the world, people purchase it, that's great. But you still have that. When you have a piece of art, if you create something that you really love, do you want someone to buy that and have them appreciate it, or is that something you want to keep for yourself? Is it hard to let go of something that you've created that you really, really like?
Yeah, that's a good point. And also I can use the music analogy. It's like you make your songs in your garage or wherever you're at, and you write these songs, and with our situation, there's 4 people in a room, and you come up with something, and if it's really great, it touches people and people connect to it. And then it's theirs. You know what I mean? It's really no longer yours. Once you put it out into the world, it's for everybody. And I mean, if it's something that I made, I guess this is the one thing that would be different. It's a tangible one thing. If I really liked it, I would keep it.
Okay.
Yeah. That makes sense, right? If I was like, I want to have it. I want it. But for most things, it's like, I'm doing it to express myself and share it with other people. So,
yeah, Chad, my girlfriend's a painter, and occasionally she'll paint something and keep it for herself.
Who are you?
I'm on the show as well. My name's Nick. Nice to meet you. And listen,
the GIMP, did they keep you in the club?
That's right. Well, today they let me take the leather mask off, but normally I'm in the closet. But she's an artist, and she's a painter, and she loves to occasionally keep a painting for herself. But listen, the reason I wanted to bring a chat just for a second is I don't want to alarm you, but we're zooming with you. There's a window behind you, and I just saw somebody wandering behind you. I don't know if you know who that is, or if there's just there. See him?
Yeah. There's somebody out your window.
Yeah. There's somebody right outside your window right now.
That's my son Dashiell. He's like loves horror movies and creepy dolls. He's on his bike right now.
Okay.
You guys are talking about you.
Oh, yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, if he's a horror guy, we can have a conversation.
He's quite a character.
Chad, I've got to ask you, one of my favorite places in our country is somewhere I've been visiting since I was a kid, Montauk, New York. And I was there a couple years ago. And apparently, now hopefully we get this rumor right, but apparently I just missed you at Swallow East. You jumped on stage, this was the story, to play with the band that was there.
Probably, yeah, that sounds about right. I've been coming, I'm in Montauk right now.
Oh, you are there?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love it there.
Yeah, it's great. Dashiell, they're just talking about how creepy you are behind you.
He's going to put his son on with us. Let's say to Dashiell. Hey! What's up, dude?
We've been coming here for about 16 years now. My wife's from this area in Long Island. A little bit, not quite as far, but we're here, and we come in the summer whenever we can, and when I'm not working, and I'm sure I've been Talk House, Surf Lodge, you name it. If there's a drum set, I'm showing up. I'm getting up.
I love it. That's cool.
Do you go to Do you go to Lynn's Hula Hut, the little hut in the parking lot? If you haven't, you have to go there.
I'm taking any gigs. I'm in the Hula Hut in Montauk.
Yeah.
So does that mean will you go back there and
sold out shows at Helium Comedy Club? There's a couple here and there. Friday 7:30 show is sold out, so that means you can get to the 10 o'clock though. Saturday completely sold out. Sunday there is a 7 p.m. show, but these tickets are going to go.
Absolutely.
You want to get them now at heliumcomedy.com. Ladies and gentlemen, Donell Rawlings is in our studio.
You know what's so funny? You said sold out because the way people edit stuff nowadays, they're going to take that out of context. You're like, our next guest sold out for his people. They're going to have this whole meme like, yeah, man. See, that's what's matter. That's what happened to you when you start hanging out with the white people.
He's sold out.
They're going to screw it up. It's going to be all messed up, man.
Welcome back to Philadelphia.
Thanks. And I know people going to think I'm crazy, but I really wanted to do this.
Yeah.
And then I didn't
come by here this morning.
Yeah, come by because after the last couple of years, we live in a world where all interviews with Zoom.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have the static reception and everything. And then when my publicist called me, they gave me my press list. I was like, no, we're supposed to do a Zoom. I was like, I don't want to do the Zoom. He thought I was being arrogant.
Oh.
Like I was too good for you. I was like, no, I want to go in the studio.
Yeah.
Because if I'm going to have COVID, this whole room is going to get COVID. No, I'm just joking. But it felt like maybe I'm a weirdo, but I come from a world, I used to do morning radio, and I really enjoyed waking up, making people laugh. The first thing they hear is you on the radio, and then you guys are so dope. I said, I want to go up here and see the crew and come up here and talk to them.
No, you did radio for a long time, and you got your podcast.
I got fired a lot, so I don't know what is a long time. Let me say, you're nobody in radio unless you've been fired 3 times, right? Yep. That's what they say. I got 2.5.
Let me ask you, any really good firing stories? Did you do anything that got you fired, or was it a change of format thing?
I mean, if you really want to hear that, you can subscribe to my YouTube page. No, I was. How did I get fired?
Because a lot of times what happens in radio is they change format.
I got thrown under the bus on one stage. I got thrown under the bus.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
All right, and I'm not going to say the name, Ed Lover.
Ed
Money. This was a time when things were getting sensitive on radio.
Yeah,
and it was like I remember our program director. I'm not going to say her name, Helen Little. I mean, did we dump that?
No,
yeah,
we dumped
it, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So 100%. It was a thing come down they didn't want to take any chances with things. They was like, well, if you come, because I was writing the bits, the benchmark bits and everything like that. Okay. And it was like, it has to be, whatever you do, it has to be approved through the producer first.
Right.
We couldn't just put it on ourselves. It had to go through her. That way, if something went wrong, if it was something that people got in trouble with, it would be the producer's fault, not our fault.
Right.
So I had wrote this sketch. Remember the show, You Think You're Funnier Than a Fifth Grader?
Oh, you think you're smarter than a fifth grader?
Yeah, so I said, do you think you're smarter than a lot of things?
Right, yeah.
Like a Jamaican worker. Like I did everything.
Right.
You think you're smarter than a white guy?
Yeah.
And it wasn't until we got to think you're smarter than an Asian dude.
Yeah.
They write a lot of letters.
Okay.
And people read their letters, right?
Yeah.
And you caught a lot of crap?
And I caught it. I caught the crap for it, but it wasn't supposed to be me. It was supposed to be. I really did forget her name, Sarah. I forget her last name, but it was supposed to go to her, but they didn't hold me down.
Do you know?
And I was like, I was out. But
The arrangement here is we have a couple of dump buttons, and we just say to our program director and our assistant program director, we'll say it, you dump it. If you make the call, that's fine. I don't mind that. But when you have to always double think something, it's going to really stall everything.
It stalls everything. It's the same thing with stand-up comedy now. You know, I get the question all the time, do you think, how do you feel about cancel culture? I don't believe it. I think there's a couple of people upset about something, and we're giving that small percentage too much attention.
Too much oxygen. I see you're out and about. I see you're doing tons of stuff.
I can't stop. I'm but I think that might be a mental situation too.
Are you a workaholic?
They say sometimes people that put too much work in it always have to do something. But nowadays, you can be diagnosed with some type of mental illness for anything. You know what I mean? You usually put like a sweetener in, you use sugar the next day, like, oh, he's suffering from. I'm not suffering from something, I just wanted sugar today. But I think cancel culture, my personal opinion, I think it's garbage. Yeah. Especially when it applies to this work that you guys do, the work that I do as a stand-up. I believe now in the world of being able to Google somebody, it's easy, especially with comedy. You could Google somebody and kind of get a sense of their style of comedy, what they're talking about. You don't have to go to the show to be shocked, and you make your choices on what you want to do after that.
Look at you. Look at the shows. You're selling out shows. I'm not going to call you a sellout just in case people. But so your fan base knows what you're about, and they show up, and that's. I mean, you've been in the business for a long time.
30 years, close to 30 years.
You were in the Air Force, right?
Early 4 years.
When did you make that transition? When did you make that call?
It was probably 2 years after I got out of the military. I was and people never believe this. I was a police officer in the United States Air Force. Yeah. The worst cop you ever encounter. I think I made one arrest, and it was because a young lady came through the gate. Let's just say I enjoyed the top she had on, okay? And I pulled her over with no car. I was just like, I was like, you got to pull over. But I was a cop, and then in the military, whatever you're trained in the military, for the most part, that's what you do when you get out. That's what you know.
Right.
And I was waiting to be a D.C. police officer. I had taken a test. I was waiting for the psychological part of it. You know,
the profile?
Crazy exam, whatever. And I was head of security for this grocery store. I'm probably skipping all over the place, right?
It's no problem.
And there was a guy that worked for Hostess Cupcake Company. He worked a regular job in the day, and then he did stand up at night. He would come through and give out tickets to the show. So he invited me and a couple of coworkers, and I started going to a comedy club, right, just for fun. And I started heckling comedians, and I became a nice heckler. Like, I started drawing an audience. People started like, yo, is that a-hole dude gonna be in the front row? We want him to ruin somebody else's career.
Yeah.
And in most cases, when it's that situation, because most hecklers are people who want to do comedy but don't have the heart to do it.
Right.
So the club usually shut it down, like, okay, why don't you go up? They invited me on stage. I didn't go on the first time they asked me to do it. Second time I went on, I caught a standing O.
Wow.
The first time but I think it wasn't because I was super, super funny. I think it was because the people that started coming, they started seeing the birth of a comedian. They wanted me. There was nothing else I could do as a heckler.
Right.
And they were supportive of me. And when I went, I think it all came together. And 30 years later, I never looked back.
In hindsight, what do you think about being a heckler? I mean, do you feel a little bit, about the comedians that you were kind of...
Yeah, but once I went on stage and I had to feel trying to command an audience, stand there and get them to laugh. Once I felt that, I was like, I hate hecklers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You see it from the other side.
Yeah, I see it from the other side.
Yeah, Patrice O'Neal had a similar story.
Yeah, that's right.
Classic.
He said, come on up here and try it.
But Patrice was an a-hole. And you laugh because y'all know it's true. But he was respectable. He was a genius. But he was an a-hole. And that's what made his comedy
He's one of the funniest people I've ever seen.
You know what I'm saying? We were with the same management for years. And when I'm saying, I'm not saying it as a diss or anything.
No, I know.
Some people just have that type of personality.
Yeah.
He didn't care what he said. He wasn't going to change his thoughts or anything. He was creative. He was a funny guy. Every time you hear about cancel culture, you're like, well, what would have Patrice O'Neal been doing now? He would have been canceled.
Right, yeah.
But he'd have been canceled from maybe corporations or whatever. And Chappelle said this, I don't work for any company. I work for you, the people that pay money to come to your show. And that's why people's like, Donell, you think you could be canceled? Yeah, I could be canceled. Maybe I won't do anything for NBC. Maybe I won't do this Disney picture, whatever. But for me, that's what's been paying me my entire career. The most important people are those of the fans. I mean, you can't take that from anybody.
Donell, we were talking about this the other day. You have people like who have much larger audiences for their podcasts or their streaming shows, or for even us, for regular terrestrial radio. That'll be a larger audience than a network television show.
Man, let me explain something. I do a lot of shows, and people always say, Donell, what's next for you? And I'm not tooting my own horn, but I am right now. Yeah. I've got a lot of good things going on. But the thing that I feel more passionate about, excited about, is building my podcast base.
You enjoying it?
Because I'm really having a good time because I'm my own boss.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't have to listen to anybody. Nobody's going to tell me what to do. And I know in some cases, like this business you got, this is a multi-million-dollar business. So people can say, well, I want to say what I want whenever I want. But everybody is responsible for somebody else getting paid.
Yeah.
So your consideration is different from mine. I'm starting my podcast from ground zero, and I'm taking it one subscriber at a time. You can't tell me what to do. I empower myself if I can make this podcast work. And Joe Rogan, he years ago, maybe like 5 years ago, and I got a young son, a 6-year-old son, right? And I've been a road rat almost my whole career. And I was like, man, it's getting kind of old now. Not because I don't enjoy doing the road, but it's less time I get to spend with my son.
Yeah, it takes its toll.
Takes its toll. So I said, I told Joe, I said, man, I gotta reintroduce myself to Hollywood. I don't make money in Hollywood. I want to make money here so I can spend more time with my son. And he was like, just start a podcast.
Yeah.
He said it so simple, and I'm saying to myself, a lot of black people don't know the world of podcasts, right?
Yeah.
First thing I said, man, ain't no money in no damn podcast, right? And then I Googled him on law. I was like, dang, Joe, let's do the podcast. I was like, I think it's time for a podcast.
Here's the thing, though, and you know this, and it's the truth. It's the truth. We talk about it often on this show, is that original cluster that got to it early, your Adam Carollas, your Joe Rogans, the people who got in on it and started to make it work, they cornered it. And there's a tremendous amount of podcasts out there.
100%.
But you bring your audience that knows you from Chappelle and knows you from your stand-up and knows from your years and what you do.
I've spoke on this before. I was like, everybody wants to be Joe Rogan today.
Yeah.
They didn't want to be him 20 years ago when he first started, when everybody's like, what the heck is this?
Right.
Yeah.
What are you doing? When he had to put the long hours in, when he had to build a relationship, when he had to put the right team together. And I do agree. There are a lot of podcasts, and that was kind of my reservation. I was like, everybody got a podcast. I'm like, but everybody's not Donell.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's the individual that makes the podcast.
And if you hyper-focus on your voice,
right.
and then that's it. You may not get Rogan money, but it can work for you. Also, you promote your shows and all that stuff. And
even like I was saying to myself, I see a lot of comics out here, and not compare like levels of talent, but I'm like, okay, that person is okay. How are they doing?
Right.
These theaters, 5,000. But it's something about that podcast audience. They're very loyal. You like Tom Segura, these guys, Bert Kreischer, all these guys are good friends of mine, but they have this network. They support each other. You know what I'm saying? That's why when everybody was when Joe Rogan had this situation, whatever one you call it, everybody's asking me, Donell, how do you feel about it? I was like, it's a tough one for me because what you're trying to make him to be, I don't know that person.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know that person.
Yeah.
Does he have a following of people that probably not people that you would hang out with or understand their views? Probably so. Everybody has different people from different walks of life, whatever. I said, but I know him as the guy that supported me. I know him as a guy that encouraged me to get in podcasts. And I know him around his comedy friends. I know him around other black people and everything. I don't know that. But the minute I say it, like, oh, you sell out, just like you called me a sellout when I first came. Right? Yeah, they was right. You are a sellout.
That is an important thing. That snippet taken out of context. And like with you, and I see you popped up for a while there. You were popping up on TMZ a lot. Like they were coming to you a lot.
It's two Donell on TMZs, okay? I want to be clear.
Yeah.
It's the daytime TMZ interview. And those are always good. You know, I'm like, how's your mom doing? She's doing great. And then it's that 3 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know. You can pull up either one.
I like them both.
Yeah,
they're both
great.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, people want to be critical of me. I'm like, what am I walking out of? I'm walking out of a goddamn nightclub at 2:30 in the morning. I'm supposed to be lit.
Yeah.
And I can see if I came out of church.
Right.
Yo, Donell was lit coming out of church, man.
Yeah.
But I'm coming out of daggone comedy club. I remember one time I did it, and this was the funniest one. I remember one time I was so lit that the TMZ camera dude, turned his camera off.
No kidding.
You know, they got the old school cameras that slide the monitor slide up.
Right,
He just closed it. All you heard was like, okay, Donell, just go home. We got enough. I was and this was right. I remember one of them that got me. This was a classic one. It was when Harvey Weinstein was going through his situation. So they said, Donell, they had the camera, and then when they come out, they have the camera like right in your face. Donell, so how do you feel about Harvey Weinstein? Will he ever work in Hollywood again? I said, no. Wait. I mean, yes. And you can see the camera shake like, all right, do tell. I was like, yeah, he will. They said, well, I said, and this is, well, you guys can't get fired. I can't get canceled, so I'm going to tell a joke. So I said, because he's a Stein.
Yeah.
And they was like, They said, what do you mean by that? I said, Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to F with, right? Oh, man.
And that was it.
Harvey personally called me, Donell, are you, what is that, Semitic? What is it?
Anti-Semitic.
I was like, I don't even know. See, I don't even know what it is, so I can't be it. I was like, it was a joke. Wu-Tang Clan ain't. So what you're trying to say is that I said what I said. You know?
Did you remember saying it?
Yeah, I remember saying it.
Okay, yeah.
And it was funny. It was funny. I'm from the world of funny first. I'm not going to edit myself.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: when you try to make people to be this person, first off, you got to check their resume. You got to understand what their character is. Sometimes people say things, you know, that what they think was funny may not turn out to be funny, but you don't have no history of me being racist, anti-Semitic, or anything like that. So if I say a couple of words of a joke and you want to put my whole career up and say, get out of here, it's just crazy, man.
It seemed, though, you know, you're people love you. They love you on stage. They love your deal. It doesn't seem like you've had to deal with it a lot. Are we missing something that's...
No, I don't. I mean, I deal with it, but I just keep it moving.
Yeah.
I also understand that, you know, I know I can't focus. It's so easy for us to want to focus on a small percentage. The average stand-up comic, you could be in front of 1,000 people, right? And you got 999 people laughing. One person not laughing.
Yeah.
We'll put our complete attention on getting that one person.
Right, yeah.
So I had to learn.
It's the nature, right?
It's the nature of it. And I had to learn, like, you got to focus on the people that enjoy you, that understand you, and not put too much time into the people that want to ruin you, or really, for the most part, don't even care about you.
With your podcast, who you've had Steve-O on?
I had Steve on. When I first started podcast, one thing I was slightly a little discouraged because I hate asking people for stuff. Yeah. I hate calling, and I know that I know comics and people like, oh, God, here's he going to come, going to ask me to be on this podcast. So I kind of wanted mine to be some more like the Bill Burr style.
Yeah.
You know, with just me. That way I don't have to worry about booking guests. And then if people are interested in me, they're going to come for me. And maybe I'll sprinkle a little celebrity guest out there every once in a while. But I don't do a lot of guests. It's just me and somebody just to bounce off.
Right.
I had a very good, it was a funny interview with Chazz Palminteri.
We've had him on. He's awesome.
But let me tell you why he's an a-hole, too.
Okay.
And I'll explain it. So we were doing a podcast swap. Like, we have the same guy that books our ads, whatever. So you know how it is. Like, you do mine, I'll do yours.
Right.
So I was going to do his. He was going to do my podcast. So when I met him, I'm like, I don't know. Every black person I know loves that dude. It's something about that mafia, that gangster,
and he's great
energy, right?
Yeah.
So he's like, okay, Donell, I've been studying you. This is probably a horrible impression. He was like, you're a funny guy. I'm gonna tee you up I'm going to set you up for your jokes because in my podcast, I want you to be the star. I want you to win. And then he said, and my fans aren't going to know who you are. I called him a racist right to his face. I was like, what do you mean? He was like, and he looked at me like, they're not going to know who you are. And I was like, I don't know if he knows the Chappelle show covered or whatever. It was a part of pop culture.
It's everywhere,
right?
yeah.
So I said, they're not going to know who I am. He said, no. And I know he has a son. I was like, how old is your son? He said, Dante's, 25, 26. And when you mention his dad, when he mentions his son, you could just see his face light up to like,
Yeah.
Right? I was like, okay. I was like, I bet you $50 that when your son sees me, he says, oh, ish.
Yeah. Right.
I said, I bet you another $500 that he wants to take a picture. And he looked at me like, like he looked at me like easy money in the bank. He had this sinister look. I could see him just rub his hands like, oh, I'm about to get this black dude's money. So, and he was really pushing it because it was time the podcast was over, and he was talking to his son on the phone, and he's looking me in my face. He's like, hey, Dante, because he wasn't going to come. He said, come inside. He didn't say he wants you to meet anybody. Anything.
Right.
He just said, come inside. And I'm like, oh, you really want to do this, right? So his sons come up. His son comes in. The first thing his son says is, oh, ish. I said, that's $50. And then he said, can I take a picture? I said, that's $550. I said, the only way I'm going to take it is if your father takes a picture.
Nice.
And it was so, like, I grew up watching his movies.
Are you a fan of Bronx Tale?
Oh, my God.
It's so good.
It's so good. I mean, my favorite part of that was like the common man's, the working man's a sucker.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then I was wondering, because I wasn't really connected with him as the writer of that. I was connected with the story of him being in it.
Right.
But just listen to him and where he came from and how he didn't get caught up in the whole gangster stuff. And, and just
it's
to
his
hear
own story.
Someone I know, and I didn't even know, most people don't even know, it started as a one-man show.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where he plays like 9 or 10 different characters. I was like, how do you do that?
Yep.
You know, but it just, and when I talked to him, and I talked to him about the most important things in life, and what I got from him, it was like him being a father.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That meant so much to him, and be able to, like, you looking at this guy that you grew up watching as like notorious and kill you, whatever. Then you looking like he cares about just being a dad.
Well, that comes through in the story too, because De Niro playing basically his father, saying, you know, well, I may not be the flashy guy, but I go to work, I do my, I'm doing it within the parameters, but yet, you know, his character, Chazz's character, is also a father figure to the boy as well.
Exactly.
And so you're kind of torn.
It's because, and that's where in so many communities you have, like, especially where I'm from.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like in the black community, a lot of times we look up to people that people say, why are you looking up to this person? You know what I'm saying? The pimp, the drug dealer, whatever. Because sometimes in our community, we don't see a lot of success.
Right.
Yeah.
So whatever we see success from, that's what we gravitate
Right,
toward.
whatever version of success that might be. Yeah.
Yep.
If you're just tuning in, Donell Rawlings is who we're talking to. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club. A lot of the shows are sold out. Saturday sold out, but there's a show Friday and Sunday. Another movie I want to ask you about, you were in, talk about a movie that is touching and kind of hits you right in the heart, was the movie Soul.
Oh, my goodness.
So you voiced Dez,
right?
The barber.
The barber. Crazy thing, the last 4 or 5 years of my career, all the acting work I've received, none of it's been from an audition. It's always been somebody saying,
Somebody
want
says
this
we
guy.
want him.
Well, they know you.
You got a
now.
real distinct
They know
voice,
you.
too.
I don't connect with
Yeah.
my celebrity or my star, if you want to say.
Right.
You know, I never, people like, do you know who you are? I'm like, you know, I never connect
Donell
with
from
that.
D.C.
Yeah, exactly. The dude, the sellout dude from around the corner, right? But I never really connect with it, you know. But when I got that role, man, the thing that I was more excited about is that it was a Pixar thing, and my son finally was going to really understand what I did for a living.
Right.
That's wild.
My son thinks I am, out of all the things I've done, nothing mattered until I was on Soul. Wow. Nothing mattered until his dad was in a film that was a Happy Meal.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm telling you, I made Happy Meal status, bro. And my son told me one time, and he knew it. He was like, because I don't really tell him to do a lot of McDonald's. But when your father's in the film, like he was getting damn near 3 Happy Meals a week. Like he was like, Daddy, he wouldn't even call it Happy Meal. He was like, Daddy, can I get your meal?
Your meal.
And then one day, and I knew it came to an end finally. One day he said, Daddy, I wasn't too happy about my meal today. I was like, what happened? He said, they didn't have the soul toy.
Yeah.
So he was done with it.
He was done with it, yeah.
But it was like, I've been lucky enough, my career, that I don't star in a lot of stuff. I'll get like a minute here, like 30 seconds here, one scene here. And I'll always say, you never know what's going to happen next time, so you go hard.
Mm-hmm.
But that scene was such a transition of the storyline.
Yeah, it is. It's a huge part of the story.
Huge. And then for it to be like, first time Pixar and Disney had a cast, it was like 95% black. You know, it was an amazing experience. The only thing that was unfortunate about it was that I would have loved to see it in the theaters, but you know, because of the pandemic, they had it in there on the shelf. Like, what are we gonna do with it? And but it broke all type of streaming records coming out on.
It's a great movie,
and it's what's interesting and about acting in it. It was one of the questions I have is, you know, it's some of these animated films like Inside Out and Soul are really they're really emotionally impactful. But you as an actor are, you know, you're just in a booth with a microphone. And really, it takes a whole bunch of different people and processes to make the whole thing happen.
Well,
I mean, that's true with any movie, but
in particular to that, because you think like, oh, it's easy to do voice acting, but you have to really be into it. But the level of that, like I went to Berkeley, wherever the
recording is studio,
the main studio,
Burbank?
Pixar. It wasn't Burbank. It's part of Northern California. Right?
Okay.
But when I went there, it's the big boys.
Yeah.
You know, I went up there, and it's like I had a lunch with these guys, and it was like 9 guys. And those are the guys, when you hear them like, and winner for Best Picture, you know all them older dudes you see come up with the tuxes? All of those guys are there.
We've had many of them so many of them have come through here, you know, the studios. And we've you know, sort of at least a familiarity and a quasi friendship with them. And the thing is that they work, and Donell, you can echo this, they work on those movies for like 5 years.
Yeah.
It
oh,
takes
my
forever.
God. It like the detail they put into it. Like even with this one, Pete Docter, we were talking about, I was looking at these images, and there was Althea, whatever, the black lady with the bush.
Yeah.
And before they even said anything, I stopped. They showed me a picture. I said, I want to touch her hair. Right?
Yeah.
And they looked at me like, you noticed, right? Like how authentic it was.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I mean, I deal with the chicks with the weave and everything. I say, but there's nothing better than a nice, clean bush where you can touch a chick's scalp. You don't have to run into no tracks or anything. You know what I mean? No railroad crossings or any of that, right? And they appreciate the detail of it. But when I went in, like people don't, even with regular acting, you only see the person on the screen, right? You don't see 150 to 200 people behind it.
Right.
You don't see the craft services. You don't see the sound guy. You don't see the boom. You don't see that. You just see pretty much the final product. And when I did, I had to go in this room with, their studio. It's like this big space.
Yeah.
And they got like microphones and like they hit buttons for your script. You know, like it's like, oh man, just not like old school in the bathroom. You know what I mean? It's like they kept calling me Mr. Rawlings. I was like, oh man, I can't lose this job. And then I would squint. They'd be like, you need some readers. And then a little robot come in here. And the thing about it is like the pressure, because it's like it was like 8 people in front of a desk in front of me, right? Then on the left side, it was another room with 8 more people.
Recording.
And then there was another, the glass window where they act like, you know, it's like the police glass thing, like, hey!
Interrogation.
Yeah, and it's like that. And you gotta, and it's like an action, and you gotta get into it.
They're yelling free lunch. I mean, so you're reading the script, but then can you give it to us this way? Can you give it to us that way, right?
Yeah, they always wanted, you do it one way, then you got alt lines or whatever, right? But for me, like, I'm not trained in that, so for me, when I do it, I have to I got to keep doing it to get a rhythm. And once I get a rhythm, I'll do it one version, then another version. But they were really supportive on, I'm not a professional voice actor.
Well, you're
I'm telling
damn
you,
good. I mean, and also, by the way,
but I can take direction too. I'm like, just help me get to what we need. And in those cases, they're not going to let you leave without getting it right.
Right.
Hey, can I jump in here? I want to ask about, because you're in this the Winning Time,
right?
And I watched the first episode of that. I don't necessarily know if I recall seeing you in the first episode.
I wasn't. I was in the second. I come in the second.
You're in like 3 different episodes.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
you work with Adam McKay, who's a friend of ours.
So dope, man.
Yeah.
I keep. I'm like, I get these projects, and I'm like, I don't really think anything of, because I don't connect with all the big names. It's like. And then I'm like, oh man,
is that better for you?
Again.
Is that
I don't
better?
connect with Hollywood.
So you don't get all like torqued up and nervous, or like you're.
No, if I knew half the people's names of what I work with, I would be in trouble. I just go in there like,
it's slick, man.
It's so dope because if you think about it, the way it's so interesting because the way they promote it, for some reason, when you like the winning team, you think it's going to be like it's a drama, especially because of some of the things that Magic Johnson went through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But then when you realize that this has a very funny undertone, and as much as people want to speak on Magic Johnson's character, I think Jerry Buss is the most interesting character. A lot of people don't know the backstory of the Lakers, of how he acquired the team and everything. I think they did a great job.
This is the movie, by the way. So Adam, and he's been very candid about it, and Will Ferrell were good friends and obviously worked together a lot.
Yeah.
But this is actually what split them, because Will Ferrell wanted the John C. Reilly role, and Adam felt that,
he needed John C. Reilly.
Yeah. I don't, now when I look at it, and I can understand both sides of it.
Yeah.
Will probably was like, I know you probably used to seeing him a certain way.
Right.
But certain actors like this, I want to do something that flips the perception or what I can do.
Right.
And then, when you get to that level right there where friendship is one thing, but then it's like this, what you think is the best situation for this project in particular. And they did a great job with it, man. I was, again, lucky enough to I play Mr. Earl, Magic Johnson's father's good friend that works in a power plant.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm with Joe Epatoe.
Okay.
He's one of the guys I hang out with in Earthquake. And it was just like, I don't, like film and TV, I don't really support myself. So I need to support myself off of that. So anytime I get a gig, I'm happy because it's like just having fun. But that show is going to be huge. People starting to get onto it. It's going to be huge. It's already got picked up for another season.
Oh, that's excellent.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, the way it started out, I thought it was, this is going to be a pretty dramatic. And then Adam did his thing that he does. And this kid that's playing
Jerry
Magic,
West character?
No, but Quincy Isaiah, the kid who's playing Magic. Dude, it's like his twin. It's like
but you know what? It's so funny because you see one thing, that dude is like 5'9".
What?
What? That dude is 5'9", bro. I saw him at the premiere. I was looking him right in his eyes. He got those big ass platform shoes, and he was just walking around. I was looking right in his eyes. Yeah, I'll post you up, Magic. Yeah, but they did a great job of casting for that. My man Rob Morgan, who's been in the acting game for like 35 years, and I'll probably say last 10 years, things have been blowing up for him. But I've been lucky enough to work with some good people, and I'm always learning. So on that set, I learned some new stuff.
I thought that was just going to be one limited series.
That's what I thought
one
as well.
season.
Yeah,
I'll have to see how it ends, I guess.
No, but it would be interesting to see because the way they set up, yes, it's about that era with Magic Johnson, but like all these other characters are so strong that I think that they can take this and do whatever they want because I was more interested in learning more about Jerry Buss than Magic Johnson. The way they was. I mean, the first episode opens up with like an orgy scene.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey.
Yeah, there was a guy going to town on.
Yeah.
I was like, that's
you
going on in
remember
the
that part, but you don't remember seeing me in it, right?
Because you weren't in the first episode.
Right.
I want to ask.
I brought cookies. Son.
Yeah. Yes, you did. Thank you for the crumbled cookies. I want to because I know that the crew that you like to hang with, and you're talking about doing favors. Like I'll do your podcast, you do my podcast.
Right.
I want to ask about you showing up on Bert Kreischer's Netflix
all right, first
show.
of all, that's disrespectful, all right?
What?
And you
What did I
waited.
say?
This interview must be about to be over because you waited like, we got everything we need. What about Bert Kreischer and Bobby Lee getting naked? How do you feel about that as a black man?
Not that. what the hell did you think you were walking into? Because it looked like you were like, what?
I didn't know.
Okay.
This is, but I did know.
This is the Burt Kreischer's cabin.
Yeah, the cabin.
Because that's how Burt pitched it to me. He's an a-hole too. Right? Burt was like, Donell, I'm doing this. And it was almost like a brother bond. He was, I'm doing this show.
Yeah.
And we go out in the woods and we get in touch with nature and have a time to reflect on his past and everything. And I was like, Burt, I love you, bro, whatever. And it sounded like, oh, man. And originally it was supposed to be, he was like, it's going to be me, you, and Bill Burr.
Oh.
Right? And me and Bill Burr, I was like, oh, this is going to be a good time because certain things I want to talk to Bill Burr about. I was like, it'll be a nice brotherly bond, right?
Yeah.
This is what he told me. So I knew something was going to go wrong. I'll tell you what's going to go wrong. I knew it was going to go wrong because it's supposed to be me and Bill Burr, right? So I get there, I go to my trailer, and I'm going to go say hi to Bill Burr, and no Bill Burr name wasn't on any of the trailers. It was Bobby Lee.
Oh.
That takes it up. I was like, he gonna get naked. I mean, soon as you see his name, Bobby B. Naked, right?
That's what he does.
So I didn't know what's going on. So I walked around because I always greet everybody who works on set. So I'm shaking everybody's hand like, "What's up? What's up?" And I go in his living room, and Burt is butt ass naked, and not like uncomfortable, like, "Hey, Donell." On a bearskin rug, right? Got his penis in his hand, right? And I don't want to disrespect, but he had 2 fingers covering his whole penis. Right? So I'm walking, and then Bobby taps on my shoulder, and Bobby didn't know what was going on. Bobby saw Burt naked and immediately just started taking his clothes off. Nobody asked him. He's like, oh, this is the naked part? And then he lays right beside him. I'm like, what in the hell am I doing here? But I didn't want to. It was a fun show.
It was hilarious.
It was a
and
fun show.
you were great.
And I was great being myself, right?
Yeah.
They knew. I know when Burt asked me, he knew what it was going to be. He knew
That's
I was
why he
gonna be
wanted you
against
there.
half the stuff.
Yeah.
But it made it real and honest. But my favorite part of that is when we were in the kitchen and we was talking about fatherhood, and Bobby Lee was talking about his situation. That probably was the best part of it for me. But it's a friend of mine, and when we call each other, we step up.
Well,
it was fun.
they love you, man, and that's it's the ultimate compliment. They love working with you.
Yep.
It was a good time, man. I really had a good time. But I didn't know that hit hard. And everybody asked this question the same way. Yo, my friends, my black were like, yo, what the hell was you doing with them naked white boys? I was like, white boys love getting naked. And it don't mean they gay or anything. They just love doing it. They just do it. White people are the most non-homophobic people in the world.
Every college campus has the naked guy.
Yeah, they got that. Yo, teabag. Yo, remember that time? Yo, teabag, man. They love it, man.
All right. Well, listen, Donell is in to play Helium Comedy Club. There's a show tonight at 10 you can get tickets for. Nothing on Saturday. They sold out. Sunday, 7 o'clock. These are going to sell out. Get your tickets. Don't miss him. HeliumComedy.com. Man, it is great to see you.
I just want to say, I talked about it earlier, but I feel like I'm cheesy, but make sure you subscribe to the Donell Rawlings podcast on YouTube.
Absolutely.
And any podcast platform. And I think I'm probably the only person that says, I don't want to do a Zoom interview. I was excited about coming here. I was like, man, I'm coming here. Even though the tickets may already be gone, but I want to come and just be able to do what we just did.
Well, I thought you were going to Zoom, and when Casey this morning said you were coming in,
we were thrilled.
Love it.
Oh, yeah, I told him. I was like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do the Zoom. I want to go see him.
I love it. Thank you, Donell. Donell Rawlings, guys. At Helium Comedy Club, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Stone Harbor over the weekend, or are you?
I'm just coming in. Actually, I'm doing. There's a thing at the World Trade Center at the Oculus where you walk through it.
That's right.
And I have a thing there on Friday, and it's running through the weekend. But I have to go down for Friday.
Look over your right shoulder.
Really trippy. It's like 2 football fields long, giant digital screens, and my art and a bunch of other people.
Chad, turn around.
Turn around.
Yeah, I just ran away.
Listen,
he was up on the windowsill.
Don't encourage them.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
Rascal, this one. I mean, I'm getting payback big time.
Hey, does he play? Does he play drums?
He used to really like the guitar when he was younger. I thought he was going to be the next Jimi Hendrix, but he kind of gave it up. He likes skateboarding and just wreaking havoc with his parents. So now he's riding his bike, and he kind of. But my middle one, my 12-year-old, plays the drums actually, and it's a room full of drums in here.
Nice,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, Chad. I have a drum question for you.
Bed and 3 drum sets.
I have a drum question for you. I'm a lifelong drummer. I'm 53 years old. I quit for a long stretch. I have some hearing issues. I have tinnitus. I played in a band. I did the damage. It's over. But I've been getting back into it the last few years. Bought a great Roland electronic kit. And I've decided to crack down and work on the fundamentals, things that I should have done that I really wasn't paying attention to when I was in marching band and so on. And so I'm really working hard, and I'm doing it just for me. I'm not going to play in a band or anything like that. I just want to be a great drummer just to entertain myself and to satisfy myself. And so I've been working hard. I've been seeing a lot of progress. I'm feeling really, really good about it. And then, boom, all of a sudden, I got this wicked case of tendonitis in my left elbow. And I went to an orthopedic, and he's like, you got to stop playing for a while. But, dude, my momentum is, I'm tearing it up. I'm improving so much. And I don't know if I should listen to the doctor or I should follow my heart and keep on practicing hard,
Man, is it have anything to do with the Roland kit, like how you're hitting? Is that because they don't have a lot of, do they have a lot of give?
No, they did. You know what? Actually, where I initially heard it is I was doing it on a pillow, to work on my rebound a little bit, and I think I went a little too hard on that. So it was my own doing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you, brother, when you want to do it, and then it's like, you can't, or you're not supposed to. Is it inflammation or is it tendonitis?
No, it's like it might be like a little tear in there. So,
Okay.
Yeah. But you've played for as hard as you guys play, especially when you're touring. Do you ever have these things pop up where it's like, oh man, what am I going to do? Yeah.
Absolutely. It's more. I don't think that I've had tendonitis.
Yeah.
But I get inflammation in my joints and my wrist and my elbow. It's not normal to do this.
Right.
Man like me. So it's like, it's going to catch up to you.
Yeah.
So you really, it's a funny thing. I tell people, it's like, it's no longer like, you party all night and get all wasted and whatever till 4 a.m, sleep for 2 hours, get up. It's literally now it's what you got to do to take care of yourself so you can be healthy to perform at the level that you want to.
Right.
So it's a whole different thing. It's really like taking care of yourself, eating right, getting enough sleep. Sounds so boring, but yeah, it's inflammation is the thing that gets me.
Okay.
And so I have to when after we play, if anything hurts or not, I just ice.
Yeah.
I ice my wrists. It's mainly my wrists that tend to get sticky, as I like to call it, and that really helps. But tendonitis, man, that's
Yeah. I should probably listen to the doctor. I don't know. I'll work it out later. But speaking of the music, I did hear a whisper recently that you and the Red Hot Chili Peppers are starting to get ideas together for a new record. Any truth to that?
There's truth to that. Yes, you heard correct. We're making a record, and we're almost done with it.
Wow.
And then when it's the pandemic thing is no concerts, so we just wrote music and recorded a bunch of songs, and we're gonna put a record out when it's done and baked like a nice cake.
Yeah.
And we'll go play some shows. We're gonna play next year though. We decided to wait. I want it to be fun and safe, and as you were talking about, as normal as possible for everybody, and have the experience not only performing but going to the show. So it's yeah. I know there's some shows popping up now, but we're gonna wait until next year, like a lot of people, and come out.
How do you guys? How do you guys keep it so fresh and continue to put out like good new music that doesn't sound like the album before or the album before or the album before? You guys have a knack to really just continue to produce great new music.
You're very smart, not only handsome, powerful.
Powerful?
Anyway, thank you. Well, we love it. And so, Guy, and as I was just alluding to before, I think that you have to keep changing and growing and challenging yourself as an artist. It's just, why keep doing the same thing over and over? Or some people, that's kind of all they can do, so they do that. Okay. But we're pretty good, as humbly as I can say. We like all kinds of different music, and we want to not do what we did. It's going to sound like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but we have a distinct, something I'm very proud of. We have an identifiable sound to our band. And, Anthony has a very, recognizable voice, and we play the way we do, and you put four of us together and we can kind of do anything. So we're so fortunate that way. That opens up the palette of like fast, slow, hard, funk, rock, blah, 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 all those stupid categories. We just make music that we like. And hopefully you make some good ones. They're not all going to be great, but,
hey,
do it, man.
Chad,
keep doing the same thing. That would be.
I wanted to ask about the dynamic with your guitar players and Josh Klinghoffer and John Frusciante and the floating in and out of the two guys. Does that get weird at all, trying to make those decisions of who's going to be playing guitar on with the band now? And because you're talking about your livelihood, you're talking about a brotherhood and all that stuff. So how difficult is it to make those? And you're also talking about legalities and stuff, about contracts and things. So
it is difficult. We don't interchange our band members like changing our underwear. It's like the chemistry of a group is so important, and that really, to me, separates all the great bands have amazing chemistry, and it doesn't mean every player has to be so proficient on their instrument, and it's just how people, it's a team, and it's a gang, and it's like how they mesh together. And we've been very fortunate to have great musicians in our band, great guitar players, other drummers before I joined, 30 whatever years ago, but like wonderful musicians. And you have to have that connection with that person for it to, gel together and make something that's special. And with John Frusciante, who's come back in our group, this is now the third time, we have that thing with him. And I don't know what it is, but we have it.
Yeah, yeah.
When we get together, we make this thing that's special. And, as you get older, you don't take that for granted. When we were younger, kind of like, oh, yeah, whatever, But as you learn and go through life and life experiences, you learn, don't take this for granted. So when he wanted to come back in our group again, he'd gone off and done other things, and he wanted to be in a band again. He's like, this is the only band I want to be in. I just want to play with you guys. And so we were like, I think this would be great to have this opportunity, another fresh kind of take on what we're doing in 2020 or whenever it was when he joined, a year ago. And so we welcome that. And, again, the other guys in the band are amazing. We've made great music, have had wonderful times. I love Josh and Dave Navarro and all these guys that have been in our group. But, we do have a special thing with John. So we're gonna get on that and see what happens.
Nice.
Hey, Chad, not only am I the guy who claps and cheers in the background when we bring guests on, but I'm also the guy that makes. It's a great job. It's a great gig. Pays the mortgage. But I'm also the guy who makes things weird, and so I want to invite you over for a cigar this weekend because I'm a short town over from where you are. But if you want to come over for a cigar or a crab cake sandwich, I know where to get the good stuff.
Sounds really weird.
We know.
It was supposed to be.
I thought you were going to play, you can come over, some kind of sandwich, and we'll play hide the cigar.
Yeah. Now that's a party.
I heard about the Jersey Shore thing somewhat. I don't know, but you know what? I'm down for whatever. So you might have to come get me rescue me from the gallery.
All right.
Well, join you for a cigar.
Speaking of the gallery, so people come out, they get to see the artwork and purchase as well, correct? And how is that working? I mean, you're going to be on premises.
I've got the times here.
Oh,
So
you do? All right.
Saturday, 7 to 10 p.m., and then Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So.
Oh, they're awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm only going to 1 on Sunday. I don't want to drive 9 hours back to Memorial Day Sunday. But yeah, I'll be there and you know and come down and we'll hang out and talk about whatever and look at stuff, and I may, you know, add something to something if somebody really wants me to.
Okay.
Who knows? It kind of goes. So yeah, that'll be happening Saturday and Sunday. Exactly.
Hey, do you know, just offhand, and I don't know if this is inappropriate to ask an artist, but what your artwork goes for money-wise, or is it...
Billions!
Yeah.
Wow.
You asked. No, come on. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
Price points in front of you. There's little ones. There's a lot of different ones.
Okay.
So,
oh yeah.
But it's you know, it's affordable.
Let's just say
everyone.
art
Okay.
to suit every budget.
I love it. Nice.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
All right. Well, Chad will be, just to reiterate, at the...
Stillwater shirt?
He's wearing a Stillwater shirt. Yeah.
Wow.
I just picked this up. But in fact, there was they're reissuing the soundtrack from Almost Famous. If you didn't hear what Chad said, he was asking if I'm wearing a Stillwater shirt.
Right.
And they're reissuing the soundtrack in like a 5-disc set or something like that. And they're going to have 5 full-length songs from Stillwater. Whoever the group was, whoever was wearing. You said Mike McCready?
Mike McCready, Nancy Wilson wrote a lot of the songs. I think Cameron Crowe contributed as well, too. But, full-fledged great musicians. But there was a band, and the story, I mean, we can talk about this at another time, but the story behind the band Stillwater, there was a fictional band created by Cameron Crowe for the movie, is really impressive.
Yeah. Kind of like, what's his name, Willie Nelson's son. The
Lucas.
Band. Yeah, Lucas, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, that was the band for that movie, for the Stars Born movie.
With Bradley Cooper. Yeah, they
didn't know that.
They became buddies, and Bradley Cooper became a better musician because he worked with Lucas on that record. Yeah.
Hey, just a quick question, because we have you talk about Almost Famous. What movie do you think most captures, since you're an actual rock star, what movie do you think resonates and captures the spirit of being a rock star? The best.
Hands down, no doubt. The movie This Is Spinal Tap.
There we go.
Nice.
Come on.
Yeah.
The greatest films. I'm sorry. They nail it. Every scene. If you've been in a band at all, done any traveling at all, it's incredible. It holds up to this day.
It does.
Other movies, Almost Famous, all that stuff, but to me, Spinal Tap, hands down.
Are you saying you've gotten lost backstage trying to find your way to the stage before?
Of course. Everything in that movie, not one thing. It's the limo, the whole, everything. It's the record company party, everything. The girlfriend, the thing. It's spot on.
That's great. I love to hear that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Chad, thanks for your time, man. Stone Harbor.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we'll stop. Maybe me and Casey will stop by. We both have shore houses, so we'll come by and say hello.
Please do. That would be awesome.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chad Smith. Red Hot Chili Peppers, guys. Oh, my God. He is the coolest guy. He is the...
Okay.
Why I think he's the greatest front man of all time, and it's a personal preference, mind you. Now, listen.
Right. It's all subjective.
Listen. Not Keith, but Mick is the greatest frontman of all time, and he is. But I prefer Freddie's theatrical presentation a little bit more than Mick's kind of just his style.
Yeah.
Which is
boogieing
great.
around as opposed to operatic.
And it's amazing, but sometimes Freddie would just stand with this pose back and just bask in the in the audience, and I'm like, man, that's a presence right there.
I also like the microphone rig. He took the top part of the microphone stand with the microphone.
Yep.
Very cool.
Yep. What is this you pulled up, Nick? They're playing. The Stones are playing Europe.
The Stones announced their 60th anniversary tour. I believe they're just calling the tour 60.
60th anniversary.
And it's so far it's just European dates. So Madrid and Paris and London and several other places. But I don't know if it's going to expand any place beyond Europe at this point.
I love 60-year anniversary. I love that scene in Almost Famous where Jimmy Fallon's character, the manager, goes, and if you think Mick Jagger is going to be dancing around the stage at 50 years old, you are sadly mistaken. He's moving better than he ever has.
Yeah.
The guy's incredible. So, all right. Today is Friday, and we usually get into a little food topic called the Connoisseur.
It's time for the Connoisseur, the Friday edition. We love it so much.
All right, and you're going to love today.
We really do.
Even more, because today, ladies and gentlemen, is National Sloppy Joe Day.
Hey!
It's... Where is it? Where is it? Oh, hit it again, Case. I'm sorry. I had the audio down on that one more time. What's going on?
I know how you kids like them sloppy.
Never like sloppy joes.
I love it.
me neither.
No.
Oh, I love them.
I
Probably
hate
just
them.
me and Nick.
I love them.
And the reason there's everything about them that I should like, but I told you, it scarred me as a kid. Again, the Daily Rush, you can find out about my Yoo-Hoo incident.
Yeah.
But my dad loved sloppy joes. I loved regular hamburgers.
Right.
And so he would say that lie to me, and I knew he was bending the truth. It's just a hamburger with the ketchup in it already. I'm like, no.
No, it's totally different.
It tastes completely different.
I've never thought of it as a hamburger derivative. It's just
he's trying to sell his.
Oh, he was trying to sell them to eat it, so he would just eat it.
Yeah. The only sloppy joe that actually is really, and it is really good, is a vegetarian sloppy joe. 360 brand made, and I don't know if they make it anymore, but 360 brand had a sloppy joe. It's soy or tofu or whatever. That
I'll tell you what,
really good.
I've softened on like the manwich or it's not as reprehensible as it used to be. Occasionally, I'll do that. But
Reprehensible.
Come on.
Yeah.
Now I'm surprised, Casey, that you don't care for sloppy joes. What is it? Is it the consistency?
Oh, it's the flavor.
It's the flavor. Okay.
It's the absolute flavor. No, because the consistency is almost like chili, and I love me some chili.
It's like if you've ever had a classic, what they call the loose meat sandwich. It's basically similar.
All right. So most believe that the sloppy joe was first served in Havana, Cuba, at the bar and cafe called Sloppy Joe's in the early 1900s. The Sloppy Joe goes by many names, including Manwich, Slush Burger, Yum Yums, Barbecue, Dynamite. Barbecue? They're just barbecue? All right, anyway. Dynamite and even Sloppy Jane.
Sloppy Jane.
I knew a Sloppy Jane one time. But
sorry, sweetie, I leak a bit.
I made them extra sloppy for you.
Sloppy Joes were mentioned actually in several movies of the 1930s. Citizen Kane mentions a Sloppy Joe. I don't remember that. And it's
That's the last thing he says before he dies.
Sloppy Joe. What?
Huh?
Sloppy Joe.
Imagine if he said that instead of Rosebud by accident.
Handle a hungry man. The manhandlers.
And it's also mentioned in It's a Wonderful Life. I didn't know that.
Every time.
Huh.
Every time an angel cries, a Sloppy Joe comes out of my ass.
Let me throw a rope up there and pull that Sloppy Joe down for you.
Zuzu Sloppy Joe. Zuzu Sloppy Joe in my pocket.
It's in his pocket.
It's all mushy and stained. I must have returned back to my normal timeline. I'm no longer in the multiverse.
Zuzu Sloppy Joe.
Zuzu Sloppy Joe's right here in my coat pocket.
Ooh.
Why did I put that in there? Daddy, my Sloppy Joe got broken. I'm going to fix it for you. Little idiot.
So it was mentioned in the 1930s, even though it wasn't wildly popular until the 1960s. In 1969, Hunt's revolutionized the Sloppy Joe when it introduced its Manwich Sloppy Joe sauce. Many say that a cook named Joe in Sioux City, Iowa in the 1920s was the person who created a sandwich of loose meat served in bread and Sloppy Joe.
What is the distinctive taste of the Sloppy Joe mix? What am I tasting?
There's a tomato. It's a tomato flavor.
It's a little sharper than that, though, right?
Yeah, and
a
that's
little bit
good
of
question.
smoke, maybe.
I've never made it. I don't know if there's smoke. Maybe sugar.
I've only had it out of a box.
To me, what it tastes like is it tastes almost more Mexican. It tastes almost.
Because Mexican's got the cumin in it.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Does it have like a cumin or chili powder?
That's what I'm thinking.
To it. Let's pull up a recipe.
Yeah.
Hang on a second here. Sloppy Joe.
Mary, I love your Sloppy Joes.
So some Worcestershire sauce in there.
Okay, there you
bell
go.
Pepper, a little bit of mustard, brown sugar, minced garlic, onion, ketchup.
Dude, a lot of that is in chili.
Yeah.
Most of that is in chili, except for cumin and chili powder. That sounds a lot like.
But I think, Steve, you are tasting the sweetness, from the brown sugar.
Yes.
Tomato paste, ketchup, onion. Sometimes people put bell peppers and things like that in there. So chili pepper, yellow chili pepper. I'm sorry, yellow mustard. Okay, Worcestershire. That's not too far off from a chili recipe.
So there's a lot more in there than just ketchup, as my dad would tell me.
Yeah.
You mentioned Havana at one point in this article, and it reminded me that there's a restaurant called Sloppy Joe's in Key West, and there's a lot of connections between Key West and Havana, Cuba. I don't know if they serve Sloppy Joe's at Sloppy Joe's, and I've never even associated the two of them together. Sloppy Joe's restaurant has a lot more to do with Hemingway and the sort of the Key West lore. But I was trying to figure out if they actually sell Sloppy Joe sandwiches at Sloppy Joe's restaurant.
There's a whole scene in Godfather 2 where Johnny Ola takes Fredo to the Sloppy Joe's.
Okay.
Boy, Johnny Ola knows these sloppy joints like the back of his hand.
Now we're going on to the Big Dog Show.
Right. Nick, you pulled up the menu and hot sandwiches. The original Sloppy Joe sandwich is the top one on the list there. So they do have it. All right. Anyhow, some variations of Sloppy Joe recipes use meats other than the traditional ground beef, such as chuck roast or even chicken. And some other places...
I would have thought like loose pork.
Call for different spices like cinnamon or brown sugar as well. So have a Sloppy Joe.
All right, let me ask you this
if
then.
you so feel inclined to.
You're talking about burger iterations. Yeah. Sloppy Joe versus meatloaf.
Oh, I'd go meatloaf.
Yeah.
Unless I felt like eating, a sandwich type of thing.
Well, hang on.
What about a meatloaf sandwich?
Meatloaf sandwich, Sloppy Joe, Sloppy Joe.
I want that sandwich.
All right, so the meatloaf that you speak of.
Yes.
Is it a tomato based or like the brown gravy?
Casey doesn't like the tomato.
I even like it dry. If it's a good meatloaf, I can take any version of those three that you mentioned and be happy.
Because I think I prefer a brown gravy meatloaf over the.
I think I got it narrowed down. Okay, because you've mentioned this before that you don't like that tomato glaze that's put on meatloaf,
and I'm fine with it.
And you don't like Sloppy Joe. You don't like a sweeter tomato sauce.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
There is a...
Because there's sugar in both of those.
Yeah, there's a tomato pie that you guys love.
Corpolese.
And I'm not saying anything bad about it. I just don't... It's got a sweeter...
It's very sweet.
Yeah.
And I love it.
I love it.
Yeah. Okay. What if you had meatloaf with Corpolese tomato pie?
I'd be fine.
On top of that. There you go.
I'd be fine with it. I would rub it on my face and call myself a bitch.
But I think that's what it is, Case. I think we narrowed it down to that. Okay. Let's see what else we got. This is big news. Ellen Yin, Jesse Ito, Christina Martinez, and I'm going to mess up this name, and I apologize. Chutatip Nok Sontaranan.
That's a hell of a name.
And Nok is in parentheses, so I assume that's a nickname. Are finalists for the 2022 James Beard Awards.
Whoa!
That's a big deal. And they're all Philly. So the James Beard Foundation named it semifinalist for the prestigious Restaurant and Chef Awards with 17 nods for food, restaurant, bar, and beverage professionals in the Philadelphia, South Jersey, and Delaware region. That number has been whittled down, and 4 remain as finalists. Yin, who operates High Street Hospitality Group, so that's Fork and A Kitchen, is a finalist for Outstanding Restaurateur, her 4th nomination in the category since 2017. Chefs Ito and Martinez and Santaranan are running for Best Chef of Mid-Atlantic. So Ito is with Royal Izakaya. Martinez is with South Philly Barbacoa. And Santaranan is Kalaya. And so they
know a lot of this.
This is the Ito and Martinez's 5th beard nomination and the first for Santaranan.
I'll tell you what
whose Kalaya was a nominee in the Best New Restaurant category in 2020.
What it does establish is that as far as these awards are concerned, Philadelphia does very, very well, and they're highly coveted.
We've talked about Christina Martinez in the past with South Philly Barbacoa. I think it was one of those shows, Marissa, you probably know better than I do. She was on a show on, I believe, on Netflix, and it's one of those places where you have to get there at a certain time and line up and make sure you get the food, because if you don't, it's going to be gone in time.
Really?
But Steve, it's one of those shows where you watch it. First of all, you're enormously proud that it's in Philly, and secondly, you get enormously hungry while watching it. It looks so damn good.
This whole segment, whenever we do the connoisseur, gets me famished.
Yeah, all of those restaurants are similar to that. Kalia is a new Thai restaurant, new a couple years old, and Nook is a character, and she's great. And she was on a show recently with Mike Samanov and this guy named Sadiq, who has this water ice stand in Southwest Philly, which looks awesome. But I really hope Ellen Yin gets it. She's been doing this project over the past few months called Sisterly Love, which is a female-oriented fair. So our friend Jen Carroll is part of it, and Nook obviously is part of it too. And Jesse Ito has this great sushi restaurant in Fishtown area too. So they're really, really highly coveted. And of like 25 Philadelphians, these were the 4 to get highlighted.
Right.
Pretty amazing.
That is cool. Damn it, I'm digging into...
I was trying to stretch for you, Preston.
I know. I'm digging into my junk drawer, actually, because there was a story in Marissa, maybe...
Are you the deep diver now?
I got it. I found it.
Oh, I want to guess.
This is a booze one.
Oh, no. Okay,
Then you won't get it.
You lost.
But it's a place you know. One of Philly's most acclaimed bars is tempting whiskey drinkers with an exclusive opportunity to try a rare limited release rye, and it's Sing Laundromat.
Oh.
They bought up the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board's entire stash of Old Overholt's 92.6 proof rye whiskey earlier this month, a haul that totaled 835 limited release bottles. This is according to Lee, who is the owner of the restaurant, or the Korean cocktail bar in Chinatown. So the distillery had conducted a one-time release of 600 cases of this 11-year-old spirit in 2020 to celebrate the label's 210th anniversary to honor the whiskey brand's roots. The cases were distributed exclusively in Pennsylvania and Ohio. Old Overholt was founded in 1810 in West Overton, Pennsylvania, which is about 40 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. The company later relocated to Ohio before moving its current distillery in Kentucky in 1987. So they want it to be a part of its roots. So that's why Pennsylvania and Ohio is the only place you're releasing it. So
are you excited for this?
Yeah, I want to try it. So they bought all of it. So Sing Laundromat bought all of it. Like they had a hard time getting rid of it for selling it, I think. And so they offered it up. The liquor board offered it up to Lay to buy the entire stock, which cost about $62,000.
800 bottles.
And so he said that he purchased the entire stock so his customers could enjoy the rare rye whiskey at a reasonable price. He also wanted to prevent out-of-state vendors from buying up the bottles and jacking up the price in future years. So he did it kind of as a preventative so people wouldn't all of a sudden shoot the price up. And if you do get there and you can get past there...
It's not that bad.
Well, if you are allowed in... If you order it, Old Overholt, they only serve it neat. So that's the only way that you can drink it. They will not mix it. They will not put ice in it. They will not do any of that stuff. They want you to have it for what it is.
All right, so whiskey is becoming much more popular with women, and a lot of women are drinking it now. So
are you a fan?
Well, here's the thing. I want to try it because I think so far I've tried the wrong ones, and it feels like I'm burning my esophagus. So I want to try it because I have a couple of friends who are like really into it now, and I'm like, oh, like I don't understand how you drink that. But
it's acquired. It takes a little while. They all burn, Kath.
They do?
Except for maybe Jameson. Except for maybe Jameson, and maybe that's a good place to start.
All right.
But yeah, so after you get past the burn, after that goes away, then you bleed. You taste the notes. What you should probably do also is drink it on the rocks. You put some ice in there and let it sit for about 5 minutes and let it dilute a little bit.
Okay.
And that'll be much.
Does it burn?
Yeah.
It will.
That would be
because
easier.
that's how they drink it. Like they just on the rocks with ice in it.
Yep.
So
but you need to let it sit there for a while.
To let
and
the
dilute.
ice
You
melt.
can
That's
add a
your-
little water to it if you want.
That's your drink of choice, right?
That's my drink, yeah. We should get together.
Okay,
I'll let you try some.
Yeah, I want to at least try it and like give it a chance.
Okay. All right.
You know,
Light
because
up
I
a
need
few
another.
sticks.
I need another favorite alcohol in my life.
I'm not drunk enough.
Let's make a date, and I'll go to Sing Laundromat. And Preston, really quickly, there's another whiskey thing happening in the city. Jose Garces is doing a flight of whiskeys at Village Whiskey. It's a blind flight, and if you can guess what the whiskeys are, you win something. I don't know, a gift card or something like that.
Okay. I don't know how good at that I would be. You know what I can do? You can, in case you see me do this, hand me a bottle in the bag. Just by the shape of the bottle, I'll tell you what booze it is. I'll tell you what whiskey, what bourbon it is. But yes, I've been dying to go to Sing Laundromat, Marissa.
Are you afraid that you're not going to pass the?
No, I just don't have the time. I don't. Rochelle doesn't drink, and you know.
Go with Marissa.
Well, you have a friend that does.
Yeah, we do have a friend that does.
And you know
so-
what you can do? You can get a table pancake.
We can do that too. They don't serve. Do they serve food at all?
No, there's
Any
no food. It's just a bar.
All right.
Okay.
No,
What
but
time do they open?
Early. Like we can probably go at 5 or 6.
Because I'm supposed to do a brunch tomorrow in Jersey and maybe swinging back through.
Yeah, you can get hammered.
What?
I have a bachelorette party.
And this is
She's
why.
out.
Yeah. This
She's
is why I
out.
never get to go.
Forget it.
Every other time I'm available, I just have a bachelorette party.
Oh,
tomorrow.
he's
If you
going to
wanna
remember this, Marissa.
come- If you want to come to Gay Bingo, you can do that with me.
That's
Gay
a lot.
bingo's
Gay
great.
bingo's a blast. Yeah. But you're doing a bachelorette party?
Yeah.
Have you practiced your woo? Hey, girls.
Definitely not. Definitely not a wooer getting married.
All right. All right.
Speaking of bachelorette parties, are those videos real where the guy walks around and all the chicks?
You're talking about hen parties?
Yeah,
Yes.
when they all sing on the same microphone.
Yes.
Okay.
So not all of them are
real.
Okay.
Some of them are real.
Okay.
None of them are real. There's not one that's ever actually happened.
I'm with you, Nick.
Yeah, the majority of them are orchestrated.
You've seen real ones?
Yeah, supposedly they're out of England.
Okay.
Well, the hen party is just a bachelorette party
Right,
because
yeah.
there's stag parties and hen parties, and that's just
Okay.
what they call them there.
All right.
And it is turned into a porn, a porn subgenre.
Yeah.
But that's not.
That's not real. Those are all
No, dude,
actresses.
it's not real. They're porn people.
Okay.
Actresses.
I think some of it's real. You think these people that have a normal everyday job are going and sucking on the same dude all in the? No.
I don't know.
And,
I don't
and make
know.
sure you get a close up of this too.
Yeah.
So we can, the memories.
Bill.
What?
Bill just pointed at me. Did you see
been
that?
one.
What happened?
I think I said women sucking on the same dude.
Okay, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Yes, he goes, yes, that's it.
That's it. All right. Okay.
I
All right,
said
good.
singing on the same microphone.
Yes, Casey
Yeah, but I
did a
didn't
better
say
job.
what they were sucking on. They're sucking
It could
on
be
their
his finger.
fingers.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that chocolate?
Anyway, let me.
I think they're real.
Let me not go to these phone calls. Let's go to another thing. What else we have here for? All right, we usually try to throw in some fast food stuff too.
Because that's it's a part of life.
Yep.
Fastness.
Chipotle just announced Chippy, an AI kitchen assistant that will help make its tortilla chips in restaurants where the autonomous robot gets deployed. Despite the technological advancements, Chipotle didn't make Chippy absolutely perfect, even though it says it could have. Chipotle specifically has programmed Chippy to have some inconsistency in the results on purpose to mimic the technique of the humans who currently produce the chips.
So what is Chippy doing here again?
Making chips, making tortilla
making
chips.
tortilla chips.
Taking
Okay.
away jobs.
Right, yeah.
And taking away jobs. The Chipotle
And hitting on the kitchen staff.
VP of Culinary, Nabil Panthaki, said, everyone loves finding a chip with a little more salt or a little extra hint of lime. To ensure that we didn't lose humanity behind our culinary experience, we trained Chippy extensively to ensure the output mirrored our current product, delivering some subtle variations in flavor that our guests expect. So the robot is currently being tested at Chipotle's test kitchen in Irvine, California. Plans to start working in a California restaurant later this year. The chain will continue to test and hear worker and customer feedback to decide on how to implement Chippy nationwide.
Robotic I think of Boston Dynamics.
The AI.
Chippy, these chips are a little underdone.
Yeah.
Why did we put a machine gun in, Chippy?
I like the chips that get a little too salty.
Yeah, but not all of them, right?
No. Just every now and
the rare ones, yeah, and they show up.
I do like.
Wow, where'd that come
Can
from?
I bring up something quickly, Counselor?
Please.
Lightly salted chips are, a lot of the times we'll have them at our home. Whether they be
Hers ones?
I love the hers ones. Very hard to come by these days. There's been a run on lightly salted chips.
So they're packaged?
I can't find them.
They're packaged as that, lightly salted chips?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think I've had those. Are they good?
It's
You
a
like
yellow
them?
bag.
They're good. They're salted just enough. So I find regular chips overly salted.
Okay.
What's so funny about
Because
that,
you
Kathy?
just know everything. It's a yellow bag.
It's a yellow bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the connoisseur.
Yeah. The white bag is salt and vinegar. Red is the ruffled. Blue is just a plain. The gold is barbecue. Green is
St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day.
Sour
and
cream and
sour cream and onion.
I know the green bag.
Yeah.
I just have to throw that out there. Someone help me.
By the way, Casey, double back because a couple of people were texting and they just want to let you know that those porn movies are real.
The thing is, every now and then they're
we're not going to continue talking about that.
I just want to talk about food, Preston.
Okay.
Jeez.
All right. Let's have something to drink.
Yes.
That's non-alcoholic. Mexican Coke.
Oh.
Coca-Cola.
Olay.
Yeah,
All
not
right.
Coke.
Not
Cane.
Medellin cartel.
Yeah.
Made with cane sugar.
Some believe that Mexican Coca-Cola is better because it tastes fresher or has more carbonation than Coke from the United States, and that isn't actually what makes the two different. Casey already said it.
What?
It's cane sugar. Yep.
Wow.
Diehard Mexican Coke fans who go out of their way to find those glass bottles are not imagining things. If you pay attention to your soda or do a side-by-side taste test, as Serious Eats conducted, there is an actual difference in the flavor. Mexican Coke has one ingredient that sets it apart from U.S. Coca-Cola, and it is
cane sugar.
It is how they are sweetened. Yes.
Huh.
So it comes down to that. So American Coke uses high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah.
Weren't they marketing?
And Mexican Coca-Cola uses cane sugar.
I think Coke in the States, though, that they were trying to at least market a version of like the Mexican.
I think I recall something like that.
Yeah,
But they were making a big thing out of the cane sugar, right?
And people, Preston, are tired of the high fructose corn syrup, so they're like, let's try and sell Coke this way.
It may be. I don't know. I haven't seen that. But isn't high fructose corn syrup one of those things that are like there are no redeeming qualities?
Yeah.
for
It's
it
nothing.
Right.
whatsoever.
It's nothing.
It's cheap to produce and it's sweet,
Highly addictive.
Yeah, and
Yep.
yeah, people get addicted to it. But they could sell a product that tastes just as good, or if not better, and do it with just regular cane sugar.
By the
and
way,
there's a market for
Why
it.
don't you sell cans of high fructose corn syrup?
But here's the deal.
If it tastes so good.
I think the reason they use that is it's much cheaper to produce,
Yeah.
and therefore that's why we get it.
Do you, if soda is a little flat,
No.
will you drink it?
Yeah, if I'm thirsty,
Yeah.
but I don't prefer it.
Okay.
But
I know people who actually prefer a soda to be a little flat.
yeah, no, I like the carbonation, but it doesn't like kill it for me. Now, if I do get from the fountain and you taste it and go, that's wrong.
Yeah.
I won't have that.
Yeah.
I'll choose something else.
I can't do flat soda. I can't do warm soda. I can't do
Hen party soda.
Hen party soda, definitely not.
I love carbonation. Like, it has to be to its fullest with carbonation. I've sent glasses of champagne back, and I'm like, this bottle has been open too long. I need another glass.
Wow. Okay. Do you do the soda stream thing at home? Do you make your own soda?
You know what? I have one, and we've never opened it.
Do you think that
We don't drink soda, though.
Do you think
so.
that excessive gas in your system is what's dislodging your menstrual cup?
God,
man.
On that note, I'm leaving.
Bill still back there?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to drink it sweetened. I mean, you can just do carbonated water.
Oh, like with the soda stream.
The soda stream is actually a fine. I just find that soda in general, like last night as a treat, I had a can of Coke.
Yeah, it's almost like a little dessert.
It is a dessert to me. That's what I think of it as.
So we drink Diet Coke in my house, Diet Dr. Pepper, but and
you're proud.
My ice maker broke, and so now we brought a new 12-pack of Diet Coke in the house yesterday, and I couldn't drink it because it was warm. It was room
Even
temperature.
refrigerated is not good enough?
No, refrigerated's fine, but it wasn't. It was fresh off of the boat. So it wasn't cold, so I couldn't drink it. And I can't figure out how to fix the ice maker. It's broken. And I've gone on YouTube and I've tried to like reset it and everything. I'm like,
crap.
I am not buying a new
ice machines always break down.
I know.
Hey, a couple of people are texting in about a product called Boost from Riverside, New Jersey, and a few of these texts say it's like flat Coke. Boost from Riverside, New Jersey.
We used to get what is that? Is it cola syrup? You would drink if you had a. You take like a teaspoon of it if you had an upset stomach?
Yeah, Coke syrup.
Yeah.
Yes, in fact, that actually does work to settle a stomach, Coke syrup.
The Boost Company. We're looking at
that's
Nick's
Boost
looking this up
Mobile.
right now. No, it'd be...
No, I got it here. The Boost Company.
beverage.
Yeah. Concentrated form is dispensed at the soda oh, okay.
Here you go. New Jersey. This is an article that was written about it, and this was from 2019. But it says those in Burlington County, it's a taste very particular of a very particular cola that reminds them of those lazy, hazy days. It's called Boost. I don't have time to go through
I have it here,
that.
Preston. It says a flat, thick, weird tasting soda you'll find only in New Jersey.
Okay. There's a strange tasting soda called Moxie. I don't know if you've ever had that before.
Yeah.
And it's got an odd flavor to it, and the people who love it are fanatical about it. But it's very,
syrupy.
It's just a very niche product, and the fans that love it. But I'm looking at this Boost, makes me think of that a little bit. But I would have to try it, obviously. But I wasn't familiar with that. All right, if you like flat Coke, then you've got to look into that. You got to look into Boost. All right, let me do, I think, one more, right, Case?
Yeah, that's it.
Red Lobster has expanded its line of retail offerings, and they have the new honey butter biscuit mix.
What?
And if there's something that Red Lobster knows how to do,
it's biscuits.
It's biscuits for sure. It is inspired by the brand's Cheddar Bay biscuits. Because you can get those, we buy boxes of them and make them at home.
Ooh.
And they are fantastic. They're just like getting them at the restaurant.
They're so good.
Yep, and you can get them at most retailers.
They're delirious good. Where you'll just not stop eating them.
Yep, and
biscuits.
And part of the reason you find out why when you make them at home is when you're done. It's the batter and the cheese all mixed together. But then you pour butter right on the top of it, and it brings it home.
That's right. Like if you have Irish soda bread, you're supposed to have that with a big slab of butter on it. Mm-hmm. And you might as well just eat a stick of butter.
So honey butter biscuit mix
biscuits
is now available in grocery stores nationwide, and that is from Red Lobster.
That sounds good.
Yep. All right. That'll be our final item for the connoisseur this morning. Kathy ran out to get something to eat. She's starving. But nonetheless, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. When we get back, Bizarre File stories aplenty for you, my friend. So hang in there. We'll be right back. Sun Dashel is pretty awesome too, man.
Sun kept popping up in the window behind him.
So it is this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. And once again, it is the Ocean Gallery. So if you want to check with them ahead of time, you can reach out and find out what the full, meeting times and all that stuff will be, which is cool. So.
I like that idea of visualizing drum playing and what they're doing with that. It's cool stuff.
This guest is one of the more colorful characters through the years of contestants on Jeopardy. So much so, not only a Tournament of Champions winner, but they loved his personality so much, brought him in to host. He's been hosting this week the Tournament of Champions.
He's been doing a great job.
2021. Buzzy Cohen is joining us. Good morning, Buzzy. Hey, good morning.
Thank you.
Sir. Hey, I got to ask you, man, how was it? I mean, you guys film these things in advance. Was it as surreal as you thought it might be, being up there, standing in Alex's place?
Totally. It was like dreaming in a dream, like it was so bizarre, but also so wonderful. It's always great to be back on that stage. I'm a fan first, so anytime I get to be a part of the show, I'm absolutely stoked. But even on the first tape day, we taped 5 shows in a day. So the first week of shows we did in one day.
Wow.
On the lunch break of the first week, I just went out and walked out on set just to drink it in and like, you know, have a moment by myself, because you never get that. You know, you're always like, when you're a contestant, you're always like in the green room, you're being shuttled off. And so I really tried to take advantage of that. And it was, you know, I was in Alex's green room. It was
so wild.
I was really connecting with him. It was amazing.
Well, I have to say, first off, you've been doing a great job. I love to see people who excel, and you know, Ken has done it. You guys are you know, GOAT status, and Ken the GOAT at this point, but still, you guys have, I think, a singular credibility when it comes to being up there and doing this. And the show is just so you know, you can tell you are a fan. And if you were nervous, that didn't come through. What I do love is the knowledge, and you always sense this with Alex, that there is a wealth of knowledge behind the clue giver, who can sort of accentuate a little bit of information that's being, you know, imparted throughout the show. As you're doing it, did you have that moment, though, in that where you're so overwhelmed, where you're like, oh, yeah, I'm actually running this thing? Like, you know, did you lapse into contestant mode for a nanosecond, or observer mode?
Well, I spent about 4 weeks getting prepared for this, and I had to totally, I watched a lot of Alex, and I had to totally change the way that I was watching the show to switch. So by the time we got there to the actual tape day, I had like, my mentality had totally shifted. But one thing that I think it really helped me with is that being a contestant, I kind of understand the way you listen to the clues and hear the clues.
Yes.
And so it helped me kind of understand where to kind of put a little more emphasis, because, you know, like Alex, like, I want the contestants to get the questions. I'm not here trying to like trick them.
Well,
so
you know, there's a perfect example of that, and you make a good point. Last night there was a clue where this spotted dance, and it was polka. And I would not have known it other than the clue of spotted. I thought, oh, polka dots. Yeah. And so, but that's the genius of the show. And then you asked it.
Totally.
I think you laid it in there. I got it. They didn't get it, but I got it. And that's what Alex did so brilliantly.
Yeah, I think that he was my North Star, and what he always did was like, he was on the side of the contestants and the show, like the integrity of the show. And so that's, whenever I had a question about how to approach something, it was like, how do I keep the integrity of the show as strong as possible, and also make this enjoyable for the contestants? My Tournament of Champions was so fun, and I just wanted to make sure that they were having a good time. For me, that was making sure that the taping and everything went as smoothly as possible. And so I really just wanted to do a great job, not just for myself, but also for them, and also for the fans. I wanted them to have a great Tournament of Champions. This is like a highlight of the year.
Buzzy, was there anything that you discovered that you didn't realize it was one of Alex's responsibilities as host, maybe, that's kind of not even really even seen? It's just you have to be in that place to go, oh, yeah, he does this as well.
Well, the thing that you realize when you start, because when you're getting ready as a contestant, you're sort of ignoring his reads in a way. You're reading the clues faster than him to try to figure out if you know it, and then just listening for him to finish. What I realized is every single clue that he is reading, he approaches like its own thing. He doesn't have like a Alex clue read. Every single clue is its own story.
I don't know where that's coming from.
It's not a marathon. It's 61 sprints. Each clue, like, he gave its own life. And that, to be able to do that and not just kind of like zone out and get into like, okay, here's my clue read rhythm, is incredible. And I think the other thing he did so well was he could pepper in little bits of color, like, just for fun, like teasing that, oh, you're out of the hole, blah, blah, blah. Doing that when you're in the moment and trying to track what clues happening, all that is not easy. And, you know, I think what was amazing is how effortless he made the entire thing.
Preston and I, and we've all discussed those little things, like when like encouraging somebody. That's right.
Totally.
Those little things which seem like, oh, what? He's just simply conversing. That everyone can do that. No. To sort of finesse it in there and keep momentum. Because think about it. Without that, you'd have these glacial pauses that that would really resonate. But that forward momentum, and you're doing it well. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
And so yeah, I mean, but that's why the show is the creme de la creme of game shows.
I agree. And the other like little things like that I had to learn at the beginning, which was like saying yes, correct, right, good, not always just saying yes, 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 yes. Which, by the way, when the first time I did it, I just like, you know, when I did a practice game on my own, it was yes, 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 because we don't think about changing it up, but as a viewer, it gets so boring when you hear. So little things like that he just, because he'd been doing it for almost 40 years, it was just so second nature.
Yeah, as a radio show host, that's one of the things that I do. So I'm glad other people are finally picking up on that. So yeah.
Buzzy, this is Nick. I'm a huge fan, and thanks for responding to me over Instagram and agreeing to come over the show. It was really cool, and I've been watching, like Steve and everybody here, you know, every bit of the tournament this over the last couple of weeks. I wanted to ask you about polarizing contestants, because Ryan was on last night, and there was a lot of response to him that was negative. And he made it to the Tournament of Champions. He's a really good contestant. He's really smart.
Yeah.
But he was kind of off-putting, and so I saw on social media, and I contributed to it. You know, that there was some pushback against the guy. But you, as a host, obviously you have to remain neutral. Is it hard for you to incorporate that into your job while you're actively hosting it? You know,
I mean, Ryan was. If you hadn't seen it last, he basically was a bad sport. He was kind of, you know, he read as a bad sport. Yeah,
I'm going to come to Ryan's defense here. I've been through this, and I know people who have, like, everyone has a different approach to this, and I think Ryan, he was a great competitor. First of all, he's a great player.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at, you know, if you take out those daily doubles, he outplayed Veronica last night, right? If you know, just straight clue play. And I think that it's hard to be on. How many of us have to be on camera for like a devastating moment like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not, like, I think, you know, if to compare Jeopardy contestants to professional athletes is not quite fair, because if you're a professional athlete, you've been through like the high school and college, and you've been through this, like, this is the second time he's lost a game of Jeopardy ever. Okay. He played his heart out, and it just wasn't enough. It's hard to have 4 cameras on you in that moment. And he and the other contestants have a great camaraderie. I don't think it had anything to do with Veronica. I think it's hard to be processing that on camera. I think that different people have different, like, I had a very like happy-go-lucky, win-lose, whatever attitude. Not everybody's like that, and I don't think we need to expect that from.
I'm sorry. The dude made it to the Tournament of Champions semifinals, and I'm sitting there on my couch, you know. And so it's you know, I have no place to judge. I'm a viewer. I'm not a contestant. So you know, I don't want to be harsh on the guy, but it's just got to be. You know, you see people rooting for or against particular contestants, and it makes it difficult for somebody like that, I'm sure, to have to go through.
Yeah, and for me, I was like, to be honest, when I saw I think the feeling in the studio was I think a little different than what it came across at home when he you know, missed that daily double and then was like trying so hard to come back. I think everybody suddenly was like, oh man, you got to feel for this guy.
Well,
like,
and that to me read. That even at that point, that read is passion. I got it. I'm like, damn it, I'm off my game. Or like, you know, I just happened to a couple of days ago we were at a golf charity, and I'm seeing people respond who are hitting bad shots. Like you see that same frustration. I got that. Yeah. At the end, you would like to think though. And again, you're right. It's a unique circumstance. Everything's on the line, and I get it because I think he's normally a likable guy. It just seemed like there was. It was her moment. You lost, and he's. I think that's what a lot of people read and saw. I was like, wow, man, you not even an acknowledgement or something, and that's what it is.
You know, and also you have to remember there's editing, like, you know, those after that after game chat is much longer than what you get on TV. So I think everyone's got to give game show contestants a lot more. I mean, people thought I was an arrogant asshole when I was on the show. Am I allowed to say that?
No. We'll let it go.
You can say ass. Arrogant ass.
Yeah,
but but you were.
But I was just having fun. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think that it's very easy for us to like project a lot of stuff. The other thing to remember too is like this is very different. The experience of taping because of COVID, the studio is very empty. It's just like other players and a couple of producers in the audience. So I think like you're less self-conscious, right, about how you are presenting yourself when you're up there.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask from a contestant's perspective, and one who especially gets on a roll like you and wins multiple nights. Because you don't know what the categories are going to be. How do you bone up? How do you prepare for that? Do you dive into? Do you research the things that you're weakest at, or do you take the history of categories and what likely might be on there? Like, I don't know. Shakespeare is my Achilles heel. It's terrible. So if I were to head into the show, would it be a good idea to bone up on my Shakespeare?
Yes, it would. Shakespeare, rivers, capitals, classical music. But the thing to remember is I actually wrote an audiobook called Get Ready, available on Audible. Sorry for the plug.
No, absolutely.
That is about kind of how I got ready for the show. And what you realize is that Jeopardy has certain subjects it likes to cover, and it is a piece of mass market entertainment. So they're not going to pick something completely obscure, right? So there's
by thanking our sponsor for the Bizarre File, Natural Lawn of America, safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. You can schedule their full service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds. Guaranteed. So a mom has shared a video of her breast milk that turned blue.
Cool.
Which, according to an expert, is completely normal. Breast milk can also turn pink, green, or beige, which may come as a surprise to new moms.
You would automatically think blueberry failure, right?
Karina Natalie Worley, a 23-year-old mom of three, said that she was amazed at the human body as she showed off the lightly blue tinged lightly blue tinged liquid. She posted on TikTok, and the Aussie said that her milk turned blue because, quote, my son is sick, so my body is producing antibodies to fight it off. Sorry. Breast milk contains antibodies belonging to the mom, which are passed to the baby to give them immunity against an array of illnesses. However, the blue tint is more likely to occur because of its fat content, an expert explained.
So higher in fat causes the blue, or lower than fat?
Higher, I think. So Perolska Cavell, who worked as an agency midwife, said that breast milk then changes as your baby grows. It can change to a pale white, even a bluish color. The fore milk, which I had never heard of this. So the fore milk, which is the first part of the feed that your baby receives, is designed to quench its thirst and is a paler bluish color.
God damn, that's good.
The next part of the feed is the hind milk, and it contains all the fats and nutrients for the baby. This is what the baby fills up on and can range from white to cream to a pale tan color. She said, your boobs and your body are so clever that when the temperature rises outside, your breast automatically provides more of the thirst-quenching fore milk for the baby. Fore milk is lower in fat, so it's important that the baby still gets enough of the hind milk. So it's the lower portion of the milk, Steve. Fore! That is blue, the lower fat portion.
This is an amazing. I had absolutely no idea that there was this difference in breast milk.
And also, blue tinged milk can be a result of how it's stored after being pumped. So when you first pump it, you store the breast milk. It can change a little bit in the refrigerator. Breast milk may separate into layers as well.
At what point does it become Nestle's Quick?
There may be a thick white or yellow creamy layer on the top and a thinner, clear, or bluer tinged layer on the bottom. That's kind of wild, right?
Well, that is amazing. The human body is amazing.
Yep. The family of a fighter pilot who witnessed a UFO says that they have seen a wolf-like creature that walks on its hind legs stalking their home.
Whoa. Wow.
Yeah. The unnamed pilot was on board the USS Nimitz when he or she spotted the infamous object shaped like a 40-foot Tic Tac. And now the pilot reports after they returned home, they spotted a strange wolf-like creature staring into the windows of their house on at least 2 occasions.
You've seen our convoy. We have to kill you.
The family of the pilot says that the creature stared into their Virginia home on 2 occasions.
So anybody investigating this, or are they just kind of...
They're just taking their word for it. This is a tragic news story with an interesting twist to it, and that's why I bring this up. The National Transportation Safety Board revealed Thursday that it was a 13-year-old boy who was driving the pickup truck that crossed into the opposite lane and hit a van in a head-on collision in West Texas earlier this week, killing 9 people, including 6 members of a college golf team and their coach.
13-year-old behind the wheel.
The still unidentified teenager and a man in the truck with him also died. The minimum age in Texas for a learner's permit to drive with an instructor or licensed adult in the car is 15. The golf teams were from the University of Southwest in New Mexico and were returning from a tournament, and 2 students were hospitalized in critical condition.
Such a tragedy.
It is, yeah, absolutely. I didn't know that about the 13-year-old until this morning. A Russian-owned super yacht can't leave a dock in Norway, not because of sanctions, but because no one in the port will sell it fuel. The Ragnar is owned by Russian oligarch Vladimir Strozkovsky, a former KGB agent who has long been linked to Russian President Vladimir Putin. The yacht's captain, Robert Langster, said, "We find this discrimination against us extremely unjust." He noted that Straglovsky is not currently on a European or UK sanctions list, and he said that the yacht's crew is not Russian.
But all is good. In my country, we say, no sad, bro.
The Malta-registered ship is sitting in a quay in Narvik, where I've been to, a port city in northern Norway. It's a fjord. It's
You've
beautiful.
been to that quay?
I have been in that quay. No, I don't know if I haven't been in the quay, but I've been in Narvik. I've been at that fjord. Starlovsky is a former head of mining giant Norilsk Nickel. The 68-meter or 223-feet-long Ragnar.
It's incredible.
Listen to this. Was custom-built on a hull of former service ship capable of pushing its way through ice, and part of its bespoke interior evokes a cozy British pub, according to a profile in Boat International. And while its amenities include a big bow amphibious ATV, heli-skiing equipment, 4 Sea-Doos, 4 ski scooters, 6 sea bobs, a multi-purpose island, and a giant slide. But it currently can't find anyone who will fill up its fuel tanks for them. And I saw a little while back.
The crazy amount of money.
Before the Ukraine invasion happened, I saw a feature on one of Putin's personal ships.
Yeah.
It has a swimming pool inside
the ship.
Inside.
Not on the deck, inside. And it's amazing.
Insane.
So the perception is he might very well be the wealthiest human on Earth because he's squirreled away so much money that we're unaware of.
Yes, that is not publicly known as his.
Yeah, he could be worth more than $200 billion because everything he's pilfered out of the Russian economy.
Right.
Insane.
Like a pool in your big, super honking boat.
All right, and then one last
with
story.
The jet ski port.
Animal control officer Jessica Jackson, who works in Maine, said that she responded to a call Wednesday to a report of a flock of loose chickens wandering through traffic on routes 302 and 11 in Naples.
I would lay down my body to stop the progression of traffic so those noble birds could return to the sanctuary.
Noble.
She said the animals ended up gathering on a packed oil truck at the Dodge Oil Company, and she was unable to find the owners of the chickens, so she was left with the task of transporting them to a foster farm. She said, I tried to get them into dog kennels I carry, but I didn't have enough.
What could go wrong?
Enough kennels for the amount of chickens. My capture net is broken because it had been chewed by a rat, so I could not use that. So she used dog kibble to lure the chickens into the backseat of her vehicle,
Let's store them in the wolf sanctuary.
Realizing too late that the sliding door separating the back seat from the front was open, she said that she tried to shoo the birds into the back seat, but when they got agitated, they started pooping. So
they're in the open vehicle here, Preston.
And chicken poop smells horrible.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So she let them ride shotgun, and she said, we took a side trip through Dunkin' Donuts while she had them in the car.
That's pretty funny.
To pick up donut crumbs and coffee and then headed off to the farm. So it was pretty classic.
Yeah, do you have Dunkaccino?
Right.
We used to have a machine that worked.
Not anymore.
Doesn't at my office.
All right.
And, you know.
And that's what I have in the bizarre file.
Talk to Rooster Cowper.
All right. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Lesson, question, trash, and music news. Yep, those are up next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Being an MMR VIP has its perks. Click contests at WMMR.com to enter for tickets for this week's featured shows. Just announced Incubus.
Not just what the show has asked before, but the types of things that they've asked before. So, for instance, like if there's Pulitzer Prize winners, you don't have to know every book ever published, but there's notable books to know.
Yes,
right?
no, that's absolutely true.
With Shakespeare, you don't need to know every single plot point, but it would be good to be able to connect either a place or the main characters to the show, because every Shakespeare clue is going to have a character's name in it. So if you know that Cordelia is King Lear, that's all you need to know. You know what I mean? You don't need to know you don't need to read King Lear. And so there's all these different pieces of information. In the Jeopardy world, they call them Pavlovs, right? So like if the year is 1927, we're talking about Lindbergh or the Yankees. You know, it's like
no, but that's a skill set.
Right.
To know a little about a lot. Is what, and it sort of works in radio as well. Like I say, I can go about a minute and a half into any conversation and then tap out. But you guys are on another level. Preston, tell what you guys do on the final Jeopardy question.
Oh yeah, okay. So
and you might get a kick out of this,
Nick
Buzzy.
and
This is
Casey
a thing that they all do.
Nick and Casey and I, when the category comes up, and there's a commercial break right after that, we will text each other what we think the answer is, what we think the clue is, without even hearing the answer. So just on subject alone, if it will be, American authors.
Right.
Well, Nick got it the last time. The last correct answer before the question was, what was the category, Nick? And what was...
man, I'm blanking on it.
Okay, I said Roald Dahl, and you said it was like children's literature or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so this is a game we play, and every now and then,
you guys can join in. There's a Twitter account that's just for that, Jeopardy Blind Guesser.
That's great. But that speaks to what you were saying, though, to know what the go-tos. We watch the show enough.
Exactly. Like if they're, John Updike comes up a lot. Do people read a lot of John Updike? I don't know, but John Updike comes up a lot. You know. So it's exactly that, and. They're not going to ask about some author that nobody's heard of, because watching at home, you're completely lost.
Yep.
Even if you don't know it, even if you don't know that Eugene O'Neill wrote Moon for the Misbegotten, you hear Eugene O'Neill and you're like, I should have known that.
Wait, Buzzy, I have one for you, Buzzy. I'll just Chinese-born American architect.
That would be I.M. Pei.
Every time. If that ever shows up.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of what when you're playing Jeopardy, you're not, a lot of the clue information is sort of superfluous. Last night there was a clue about during the Eid festival, you eat this thing with this food that has another name for its worm-like appearance. All you need to know is worm-like noodle, and it's vermicelli.
That's
any
it.
of the other information. Right?
That's what makes it such a great game. Is that there are tactics that can be employed that are. It's not just happenstance. I mean, there certainly is a level of that, but there is a way to play the game and have different methodologies that can get you across the line. And then, of course, there's also luck.
Tons of luck.
Yeah, and that's it.
And then that clue I just mentioned is a great example of, as a viewer, you might know vermicelli, but then you learned all of this stuff about the Eid festival and another quote. Like, you can learn, like, of course there's the game aspect, but then there's all the other information which may not help you get the answer. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that,
Yeah.
When I host trivia night at my kid's school. We brought it to the school. It's Quizzo night, and I'm the one who comes up with the questions. And I take a page out of Jeopardy's notebook. Like, I will ask a question where the audience will be like, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? And then you're supposed to ask yourself, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? The answer is in the question. Like, why would you think that any of us would even know this answer? Well, what's the question and how is it asked?
You're right.
Great riddles are done that way.
And that's it.
Exactly.
If you watch like a straight up college bowl type of game where they don't do that, you'll get slaughtered because it's as dry and un-border collie-ish, in the way that you can be directed a little bit. It's just antiseptically, what is this? And I find I have to tap out, but I can do better at Jeopardy because of just a little bit of prodding will get you there.
There's usually like 3 clues in each clue, and I think I got a chance to finally meet the writers. As a contestant, you've no contact with the writers. So as the host, I finally got to meet them, and I was just like singing their praises because I think the format of the show, having so many clues, like if there's a category about, some pop artist or some subject you don't know, it's only a couple questions and there's a bunch of other stuff. That's one thing. But the writing of the clues is so masterful. And I was like, I'm not worthy, because it's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's always a way, even if you don't know the information, to find, like, except for maybe the $2,000 clues, which sometimes you got to know it or you don't.
It's true.
90% of the clues, you can figure it out. And that is as much fun as knowing something cold.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask you about another book. It's called Answers in the Form of Questions. Claire McNear wrote it. I don't know if you had a chance to read it or even.
Yeah.
And she goes into the production of the show and where the contestants stay and what they bring to the set and how many different pairs of clothes they have to wear and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that was an accurate representation of what your time as a contestant on Jeopardy was like?
Absolutely. Claire is fabulous. Like, we joke that if Jeopardy is Harry Potter, she's our, like, Rita Skeeter or whatever. She's like,
the Daily Quibbler or whatever.
Yeah. Or what, I don't know if she likes that, but I actually, I interviewed her. I actually invited her out to, there's like an ex-Jeopardy trivia night here in LA, which is like known as one of the hardest bar trivia nights in the country. So I made her come out and play to have that experience. She's incredible, and she really knows her stuff. And she's a fan, and I think that's I really recommend that book to people who are fans of the show, because you start to see all these different sides of the experience, whether it's, being a contestant, sort of community afterwards. I think she did a great job of sort of giving everyone a taste of the experience, and not everyone's experience is the same. Some people have, not a great experience when they come to taping because of whatever reason. But I think she did an amazing job.
That's cool.
I love that book.
I knew about the filming schedule and 5 a day, but what I didn't consider is, say, when you had your 9-game run, you were doing all those, you had to have knocked out 5 in one day as a contestant as well, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Wow.
so my first game was a Monday game. So I did 2 consecutive tape days, and I lost in the 10th game. I lost on the last game of the second day. And I think that's part of what, once you're a contestant, when you see someone go on a long streak, the endurance of, just shot nerves coming in to do it again. I mean, it's not, they usually only tape 2 or 3 days a week. So it's not like you're doing 5 days of 5 shows a day.
Right.
But it's still just such an impressive feat of endurance. And getting ready to host, I knew I needed to have endurance and bring the same energy to a Thursday or Friday game that I bring to a Monday game.
Yeah.
So for that month where I knew I was going to be guest hosting, I was doing a ton of training. I would do strength training in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I would do like cardio 2 times throughout the day just to make sure I could still summon the energy.
To have the pheromones released. Yeah. I can absolutely see that, to be sharp. I wanted to ask you, just you in your personal life, we know you were in the music industry, or may actively still be, went to school for communications, and so
music. I studied music.
Music. Okay. So what do you do? We had a little bit of a hint here and there.
Yeah.
But specifically, what are you mostly involved with, Buzzy?
I do music for commercials, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do. I find music for commercials, or I, hire composers to write music for commercials.
Do you yourself play or write, or?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't really do anything professionally, but for fun, I play and write a lot. Yeah.
So for specific campaigns, you'll choose the music.
Absolutely. So I'm sure everybody is gonna give me a hard time for this, but like the Airbnb campaign that everyone thought was the In Memoriam films.
Right.
I did all those. So I did all the music for those.
Very nice. Very nice.
I do. Yeah.
I mean, that can be very lucrative. Now, obviously, you get a quicker hit from a win on Jeopardy. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if this is true. We have big discussions about nicknames on the show and how one earns a nickname. Were you appointed your nickname while still in utero?
Yeah,
you were.
Yes.
How did that happen?
Well, I'm 36, and I think when I was in my mom's stomach, we didn't have sexing of babies yet. It wasn't quite as advanced as it is now.
Right.
And so they didn't know if I was a boy or a girl. And I have an older sister, and she needed something to call the bump, right? Because it was like, oh, there's a baby in there. And my dad had gone to high school with a guy named Buzzy, and he thought it was a cool name. To be honest, I think the original nickname was Bozo. And my mom was like, we're not calling this baby Bozo.
You dodged a bullet.
We switched to Buzzy. They gave me my real name, Austin, after Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man.
Cool.
My sister's name is Lindsay, like Lindsay Wagner, the Bionic Woman. So
no way.
Big fans of
Bionics
sci-fi.
That's funny.
But the funny thing is, like, my great-grandmother, who was alive when I was born, my mom was like, all right, I'm going to let her decide, because my dad kept calling me Buzzy. And my mom's like, there's no way she's going to let this kid be called Buzzy. And my great-grandmother, like, spent some time with me, and she goes,
report suspicious activity at 1-800-TIPS-NJT, or text your report to NJTPD. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, 90 Day Fiancé star Stephanie Matto gave away jars of her farts to the first 20 patrons at Larry Flint's Hustler Club as part of a promotion. Matto says she actually stole the idea from the late Princess Grace of Monaco.
Wow.
Justin Bieber's concert at the Ball Arena in Denver suffered a half-hour power failure that blew out the venue's huge video monitors as well as stage lighting. But if you were questioning whether or not Bieber could still rock an arena regardless, the answer is no.
Hey!
And finally, after being fired from the talk, Sharon Osbourne has announced that she will be hosting a very similar show in England. Sharon says the show will exploit her views and her voice and will be called The Screech. And that's your Hollywood Track.
Let's get an answer. We need someone to tell us what were Citizen Kane's actual last words, not Rosebud. 215-263-WMMR. I'm going to go to Chris. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, guys, morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, bud. All right, so what was Charles Foster Kane's actual last words?
Sloppy Joe.
Sloppy Joe. You got it. Yep. Hold on. Hang on, Chris. Get your info. And we're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the Philly home show, March 18th through the 20th, and then the 25th through the 27th at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. For more information and discount tickets, you can go to phillyhomeshow.com. Can you play the whole Sloppy Joe for me, please? I love the whole
made
play.
them extra sloppy for you. I know how you kids like them sloppy.
I love it.
It's so good.
All right, music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Velociraptor.
Muse will release their 9th studio album titled Will of the People on August 26th. 10-track project will be released on digital, black vinyl, and CD, as well as a selection of collectible formats, and these include a marbled double vinyl, which is available exclusively from the band's official store. We played some new music from them earlier.
It's a lot more aggressive.
Muse frontman Matt Bellamy said, Will of the People was created in Los Angeles and London and is influenced by the increasing uncertainty and instability of the world. A pandemic, new wars in Europe, massive protests and riots, an attempted insurrection, Western democracy wavering, rising authoritarianism, wildfires and natural disasters, and the destabilization of the global order all informed Will of the People. It has been a worrying and scary time for all of us as the Western Empire and the natural world, which have cradled us for so long, are genuinely threatened. This album is a personal navigation through those fears and preparation for what comes next. Muse just released a new song from the album called Compliance, along with the video as well.
Just a little snippet of that song.
Okay.
Friday.
Yeah.
It's a get ready for the weekend type of song.
Well, yeah, but it's sort of melancholy.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
enjoy it now is basically what they're saying.
Friday.
He's not covering Rebecca Black there, is he?
No.
Some people were positing that like it's actually the same lyrics if we had extended it.
Well, hang on.
I have it Friday.
Yeah.
All right.
Somewhere.
I got mine real quick.
Oh, go ahead, Casey.
It's Friday. Gotta get down.
He is.
On Friday.
Then this is not really Bob Dylan.
It can't be.
It can't be.
Everybody's
Is that
looking forward
Jimmy
to
Fallon?
the weekend.
Oh, is it?
Partying, yeah.
It's got to be.
Well, hang on.
I'll bet you're right. I bet it's Jimmy Fallon.
7 a.m. waking up in the morning, gotta be fresh, gotta
gotta go downstairs. Gotta have my bowl, gotta have cereal.
Yeah. Bob Dylan.
I mean,
So a song we had never heard before.
I was not familiar.
There's a lot of Bob Dylan songs that I know.
I like that version.
That is good. I don't care what created it. All I know is that it is now going to be part of the show forever.
Yes, hit it. All right, thank you for and thank you for bringing that to our attention, friends.
Yeah, never made the connection. And we're huge Rebecca Black fans.
The Killers will release an expanded deluxe edition of their 7th studio album, Pressure Machine, on March 25th, which will feature reimagined versions of select songs on Monday to celebrate the release.
It's Monday.
The Killers will also release a live film called Notes from a Quiet Town exclusively on Facebook, and it will feature 3 stripped-back performances from the band. And the film is set in frontman Brandon Flowers' hometown of, is it Nephi, Utah, Nephi?
Not familiar.
Pressure Machine was originally released August of last year. Greta Van Fleet guitarist Jake Kiszka has been hospitalized with pneumonia.
Oof.
The band announced the news yesterday. Friday. After announcing that they were postponing their remaining 2 Michigan concerts on the Dreams in Gold tour.
Don't they have concerts coming up in Atlantic City soon?
No, not till like August or so.
The band said in a statement, Jake's diagnosis is more complex. What started as a small cough on Tuesday rapidly progressed overnight, requiring his admission to the hospital yesterday. The last 24 hours have been arduous as doctors were unsure of the exact illness. Fortunately, after further evaluation, they're confident in their diagnosis of pneumonia and an optimal course of treatment has been determined. I love this. Geddy Lee will guest star on Canadian TV's Murdoch Mysteries, which airs March 21st on CBC and streams on CBC Gem.
Is Murdoch Mysteries like Matlock?
I don't know. It seems like it's a detective series. Yeah, so according to the Canadian press, the storyline follows the mystery of a murdered blues saxophonist whose death was seemingly foretold in vivid detail through the lyrics of a song. Lee is part of a subplot playing a carriage driver who's transporting lead character William Murdoch and his pregnant wife. Geddy joked, I have to use some sort of modest acting skill to fit into the already well-established Murdoch Mysteries scenario. So he's doing a little bit of acting.
Never heard of Murdoch Mysteries.
Opening today at Cleveland's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and Museum, yes, is the new groundbreaking exhibit titled The Beatles Get Back to Let It Be. The exhibit runs through March of 2023, serves as an immersive complement to Peter Jackson's Get Back docuseries. Multimedia exhibit welcomes fans to step into the Beatles' January 1969 rehearsal sessions and witness the band's final rooftop performance surrounded by large-scale projections and superior sound. According to the press release, the scene is thrillingly set with original instruments, clothing, handwritten lyrics, and other unique items, including several on loan directly from Beatles principals. Since special events to be hosted by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame during the exhibit's run include interviews, film screenings, panels, and more to be announced throughout the year. This might be a good time for me to plan a trip to go there. Listen up, this is fun. South Park has announced a 25th anniversary live concert featuring performances from Primus and Ween.
That's great.
Of course, Primus does the theme song.
Yes.
The special one-night-only event will take place at the Red Rocks Amphitheater in Morrison, Colorado on August 10th. Yep.
Ween has done stuff for the show as well, haven't they?
I don't know.
I don't know.
From here, though, right? Ween's
Ween's
New Hope.
Yeah. But it would make sense that they would be involved with a show like South Park.
Have they used Push the Little Daisies?
I don't know. Fans can register for tickets between now and midnight on Sunday. It says midnight, Mountain Standard Time, MST. Per an official announcement video, the show is set to celebrate 25 years of the music of South Park with the series creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone also due to be in attendance on the night. They had said in a statement, "We're so excited to go home and play a Red Rocks play at Red Rocks, a place that's been known for hosting the most legendary artists and musicians until now. So that's pretty cool. We mentioned this earlier this morning, but I will roll it out one more time. Despite Dolly Parton's request earlier this week to be removed from this year's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nominees, the Hall has declined to pull her nomination. In a post on social media yesterday, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame wrote in part, Dolly's nomination, along with the other 16 artists of the class of 2022, was already sent out earlier this month to our 1,200 general ballot voters, the majority of whom are artists themselves, for consideration for induction at our ceremony. And we are in awe of Dolly's brilliant talent and pioneering spirit and are proud to have nominated her for induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So essentially, it's already underway.
They can't undo it.
Yeah.
Dolly.
Dolly, by the way, had said in an interview, because my perception, and I think the perception of most of America, I just feel like that's more for the people of rock music. And I've been educated since then, saying that it's more than that, but I still don't feel right about it. And it kind of would be like putting AC/DC in the Country Music Hall of Fame. That just felt a little out of place for me.
So she nails it.
Yep.
She gets it. She gets something that they have not gotten for the longest time. Now, as we said before, at this point, it's water under the bridge. And, you know, there are people who, you know, there's also just simply a pop music element to it. You know, sans rock, technically. So that's what they do now. Now that we've accepted that's what they do, I think Dolly has every bit the right to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
At press time, Dolly had not reacted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's decision to keep her on the ballot. And then finally, March Madness starts on Monday. Yeah, these matchups will begin, my friends. It is brought to you by Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram City. It's something we love doing.
Oh,
it's
my God.
It's a lot of fun.
It's a blast.
We get to play blocks of the music.
Yeah.
You get to vote on them, and everybody wins on this one. And we are actually going against each other here on the staff. 64 bands that are split into 4 regions. You have the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. And then we picked our own to represent our various day parts and shows here at MMR. So our DJ teams, you had Pierre and Pancake, me and Steve, Jackson and Sarah, and Jackie and Brent, and we all picked our owns and recruited the bands that will be in these brackets. So
we got to poach some from other groups, some of the other DJs, but I'll tell you this, we also, at the time it's being executed, and you're hearing a block of one artist and a block of the other artist, I tried to think in that moment, what's, instead of the full body of their work and their legend and so on and so forth, what's going to sound better when distilled down to a couple of songs? And that's a lot of that led our selections.
So every hour from noon to 7 p.m., we'll be matching these up. You can vote for your favorites via the MMR app and at WMMR.com, or you can see the entire bracket right now. One band will be crowned the champion, and that will be on April 1st. And that is what I have in music news for you. Let us take a break. As we return, we'll have your chance to win our Word of the Week prize. I know you've been waiting for it, so hang out just a little bit longer, and we'll take care of that for you. Stay put.
Oh, that's how I've been buzzy for my whole life.
Sealed your fate.
There you go.
Nice.
It works, though.
Well, listen, you've done a great job. The hosting continues through to Friday, and Tournament of Champions. And, of course, you can see that at 7 o'clock on ABC here locally in Philadelphia. Buzzy, great talking with you, man. Thanks so much for coming on this morning. We appreciate it.
Go Birds. Trust the process.
There you go. Love it. He knows it all. Take care, brother. We'll see you later. Oh, my God, that's great.
Terrific. He's actually from Jersey.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, if I had the confidence, that's the show I'd love to be on. I just don't have the confidence to be on something that wide ranging. You know, every now and then I'll get, man, I can run like 2 categories and feel like, I'm the champ. After splitting from Kristen Cavallari after 10 years together, sources tell ET that Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya.
Psoriasis. Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
Yeah. No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya? Is it one of these where you need
Like some
You
sort
have
of
to be somebody.
Yeah, like
She's
notoriety.
Okay.
Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity
notoriety. I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya, Raya. But
Who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends, friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah. Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a vetting committee.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54, and they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor. Okay. I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression is?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please, keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh.
It sounds like it hurts when you do that.
No.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
It's really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman impression.
I was confused why the whole kryptonite thing.
It's a terrible joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman. And then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah. But you did it, man. You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
Oh,
I think we're still on air.
In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was amazing.
That's an immediate A+. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
He knows funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please, keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
Like
Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing, I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So, sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make bad dad joke Cookie Monster a character.
Thanks,
So you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air? The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
it wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies? Me too. Did you know that Mortal Kombat was it from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like, my mother was born in Iceland and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube. Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn. You get it? Finish him.
All right, I like bad dad joke Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah.
Kathy!
Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Kath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. Part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called The Edge, and
it's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers The Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call The Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating in locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I mean?
Too much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin crust pizza.
Version of the Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby. Essentially that that I've had that. So
suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't
you
remember
guys,
this from Pizza Hut either, Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of. Like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
So that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in middle school.
You were not in college or ordering pizza.
Was the time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had the famous pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's Amores. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints. That's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
like
Oips.
That. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big... Oh, he beat you. He beat you. Casey desperately wanted to give the letter of the day this morning, Pierre.
Well, go ahead.
Are you sure?
I kind of horned in on the letter of the day anyway.
We like the tradition.
Well, because Casey always did the letter.
Yeah.
And then we started out doing our crossovers, or, this little conversation that we have at the end of your program, the beginning of mine. And then one day I remember saying, oh, could I do the letter today? And Casey said, yeah, just pick a vowel. And I go, what's a vowel?
There was the problem.
No, I think Casey's motivation is a little more nefarious for this particular one. So we'll let you do it. The President and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter...
Oh.
No, it's not O.
No.
What is it?
It's N, as in, neurotic.
Neurotic Nancy. All right.
Neurotic Nancy.
Let's take caller number 7 at 215-263.
Or Nick.
WMMR. I think Casey wanted to use the letter F, and that's why he wanted to play around with that.
It would have been dirtier.
It would have been.
Oh, is that a dirty word?
That's a dirty word, yeah.
Really?
Dirty, naughty word.
Naughty.
Hey, let me thank real quick, and I went out of order on purpose because Casey's like, get to the letter right away. I want to thank Donell Rawlings for being on the program today. He is so much fun to talk to, man.
Yeah, he is.
He's a blast. He is at Helium Comedy Club now. There's only one show tonight. The other one's sold out. So the 10 o'clock show still has some tickets available. Tomorrow is completely sold out. And then Sunday, there are tickets available for the 7 o'clock show. And he brought in crumble cookies for us this morning. And so we tweeted something out about that. And Tobias Harris of the Sixers retweeted that.
Yes.
As well, because he is a part owner. But he also quote tweeted. He wrote, "Gotta love it. Hope you enjoy the world's greatest cookie." Or did we write that?
No, he wrote that. That's what Tobias wrote. Yeah,
I love it. So thank you, Tobias. We appreciate the shout out there. So do I ask you about your program now, or do I get the caller?
Why don't you get the caller?
The caller's ready to go. Let's do that
Is the
now.
caller there?
Yeah, it's Danny. Hey there, Danny.
Yeah, caller here. You better hurry up, Preston.
All right. I like your style, man. Danny, what is the word of the week, please?
It is Queen.
Queen.
Day in the country.
That's correct, Danny.
Queef would have been great.
And we got a 4-pack of pit tickets to see the Black Keys and an autographed drumhead just for you, Danny.
Woohoo!
Awesome. Nice woohoo. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. We'll set you up, buddy. Enjoy that. MMR Rocks Black Keys. Saturday, July 30th at the Waterfront Music Pavilion. And tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. And complete details at WMMR.com, including a video for their new song called Wild Child, if you haven't heard that yet. So, how are things today? First of all, it's another beautiful day, right?
Lovely. Just
Excellent.
perfect outside. But if the letter had been F,
yeah,
that's a swear word? No.
It's a dirty word.
Okay, but you can't say it, or can
No,
you?
you can. You can
it.
say queef.
Okay.
Do you want me to explain what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. How do we... Now,
Front
that's,
fart.
that's,
Never mind.
That's the hard part
you
about
could
it.
tell me later. We
Okay.
could have a father-to-son talk.
When a man and a woman love each other very much.
Right.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
When we go hunting this weekend, we'll talk about it by the campfire.
Okay.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
All right. So on the program, well,
Oh, my God.
I don't know.
Just keep moving forward.
Anyway, we had a great conversation yesterday with Mike Campbell.
That's awesome.
Of Tom Petty's band. And hats off to Jackson, who let me go a little bit late into his show. Mike came by and was having so much fun, he stayed a little longer. And he played last night at World Cafe.
Were you there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing show.
Oh, God, yeah.
He has his sound that's he's got a band called the Dirty Knobs. He has a sound that's a little bit like Petty in his vocal tendencies, but he has all these songs that these guys have done, but he did all these Petty songs mixed in.
It's amazing.
And he did this one thing, I think on You Got Lucky, where he did this jam that was amazing, and in the jam, he went through the riffs of all these Tom Petty songs.
Oh, cool.
So he's running through Breakdown, and then he went into a little bit of Rhiannon, because he played with Fleetwood Mac on the last tour, and then he went into a little Neil Young. He's a stunningly talented guitar player, and he had one guitar that he had bought at a pawn shop in Philly, and he told the story of that. It was a lovely evening of music, ending
That's
with Running
excellent.
Down a Dream, yeah.
Oh.
But we had a great time with him, and we'll have that posted sooner or later.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, on the program.
Yes.
Yes. So we've got my last pair of Sublime and Rome and Incubus tickets, which just went on sale August 5th, Camden. And we will get to a block of Sublime and Incubus. And also on sale this morning, we haven't talked about it much, but one of the great talents is coming to the Mann Music Center, and that'll be July 17th, Jackson Brown. And we will get to a block of Jackson. That just went on sale as well. So
Jackson's sporting a beard these days.
Yes.
He looks a little bit different. And I saw the ad for the show at the Man, and I was like, who's this
that?
guy that looks like Jackson Brown a little bit, but's got a beard? And yeah, it's him.
Well, he's getting a little older.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not coloring his hair or whatever anymore. I think he could lose the beard. I think he'd look better without the beard. And that's from a bearded person. I say that. But nonetheless, he's amazing.
He's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I virtually every week I'm listening to some Jackson Brown. Yeah.
I mean, you could just go on and on. It's so soulful. It's so delightful. So
And lyrically, if you ever watch the Eagles documentary, they talk initially in the beginning, Glenn Fry and Henley talk about being in the same apartment building with Jackson Brown and sort of learning through the floor. He was the apartment above, how he would compose a song. Go work on a little bit, we'll go away. Come back, work on a little bit more. And it was just spend time living with the song and piecing it together.
I think Glenn Fry said, "Oh, so that's how you do it."
Well, interestingly enough, Glenn Fry and Jackson Brown wrote "Take It Easy." They are co-writers of that song, although it's credited more. Most people think it's an Eagles song, but Jackson, it's on one of his albums early on.
I think he got the beginning part of it together, and then And then Glenn started running with it after that. So, but amazing songwriters.
Yeah. So there you go.
All right. So I want to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also, get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster. This is brought to you by Acme Markets. They have their pharmacy, Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors, and also Trinity Rehab. They can help you get rid of your pain. No prescription needed. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week, we got a packed set of shows. I love it. Comedian Michael Yo.
Nice.
He's great. Jeff Foxworthy is getting back into comedy for the first time, I think, in like 20-some-odd years. He's going to do a comedy tour. He's fantastic. Lewis Black, one of my favorites.
Wow,
He'll be joining us. Jim Piddick on the program. Tom Papa, one of my absolute favorites as well. Mr. Skin will be joining us. And Lisa Welchel.
Lisa Welchel?
Blair from The Facts of
love
Life
her.
will be joining us. Yeah, so we got a good week next week. That's it. Rage on. Have a great week and enjoy this fantastic weather. And we'll do it again next week, my friend. See ya.